What's up, my Thanksgiving pies? The Bertutto crew leader is on Do Not Disturb, so let's snuggle up, and let me tell you a story here tonight, where we indeed travel back 4 centuries to a time when the world moved at the pace of footsteps, when gratitude wasn't a hashtag but a genuine lifeline, and when 2 very different groups of people came together to share a harvest feast that would echo through American memory forever. This is the story of that gathering in 1621. Not the simplified version you learned in elementary school, but the real, complicated human story of thankfulness in uncertain times. If you're new here as always, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find that cold part of your pillow and let's start. Imagine standing on the deck of a wooden ship after 66 days at sea, watching a coastline emerge from the November fog like a promise half kept. The year is 1620, and you're seeing what would later be called Massachusetts for the first time. The land looks nothing like the tidy English villages you left behind. Instead, you're facing dense forests that seem to go on forever, broken only by marshes and occasional clearings where someone, some previous people, once planted corn. The Mayflower sits anchored in what the English will name Plymouth Harbour, though the Wampanoag people who actually live here have called this place Patuxet for longer than anyone can remember. The ship rocks gently beneath your feet, that familiar motion you've felt every moment for more than 2 months. Some passengers are eager to leave this floating wooden prison, others are terrified to trade the known discomfort of the ship for the unknown dangers of shore. You're among a group of about 100 souls who left everything familiar for reasons that seemed compelling back in England. Some came for religious freedom. They're the ones the history books will call pilgrims, though they just think of themselves as separatists trying to worship God according to their own conscience. Others came for economic opportunity, craftsmen and labourers hoping to build better lives than England's rigid class system would allow. A few came simply because they were young and adventurous, or because staying home seemed worse than whatever risks the New World might hold. The first winter teaches you that New World is a term invented by people who never had to survive one. The settlers build crude shelters that leak rain and barely block wind. The structures are nothing like proper English houses, more like desperate arrangements of rough timber and whatever materials can be scavenged before snow falls. You learn quickly that architectural pride means nothing when frost forms on the inside of walls, and every breath creates visible clouds even indoors. Disease moves through the settlement like an unwelcome guest who refuses to leave. Scurvy, pneumonia, and infections that would be minor inconveniences back home become death sentences here. The settlement's first winter sees nearly half the colonists die, their bodies buried in unmarked graves on a hillside because the survivors fear that visible graves would show nearby natives how weak the English have become. It's a grim calculation that speaks to both practical fear and the desperate hope that spring might bring better fortune. Through all this hardship, you maintain routines that connect you to the civilized world you left behind. Morning prayers happen regardless of weather. Meals are eaten at proper times, even when portions are so small they barely qualify as food. The women mend clothing that's wearing through, creating patches upon patches until the original fabric becomes a distant memory. The men work on building projects that progress with agonizing slowness, because everyone is weak from hunger and sickness. But something remarkable happens during this terrible winter. The people who survive develop a kind of shared resilience that transcends their original divisions. The religious separatists and the economic opportunists, groups that might have remained distinct communities under easier circumstances, become simply neighbours trying to help each other survive. Class distinctions that seemed important in England fade when everyone is equally cold and hungry. By spring of 1621, the survivors number only about 50. They've buried parents, children, spouses and friends. They've endured privations that would have seemed unimaginable back in England. Yet they've also accomplished something remarkable. They've survived. The simple fact of still being alive as warmer weather arrives feels like a gift that demands acknowledgement. The land itself begins to reveal its character as winter releases its grip. The forests that seemed so threatening in November now show potential. There are streams full of fish, meadows where deer graze, and soil that looks promising for planting. The survivors begin to understand that this land isn't inherently hostile. It's simply different from England, requiring different knowledge and different skills than the ones they brought with them. This is when the real education begins, because surviving in this new land will require learning from people who already know its secrets. The Wampanoag, who have called this place home for longer than English history can account for. Spring arrives with the kind of gentle insistence that makes winter's harshness seem like a fading nightmare. You watch as the forest transforms from bare branches to tender green leaves, as if the land itself is demonstrating that renewal is possible even after devastating loss. The survivors begin planting crops using seeds they brought from England, working soil that feels different from anything they knew back home, darker, richer, and full of stones that seem to multiply each time you clear a field. The planting happens with instruction from an unexpected teacher. A Wampanoag man named Tisquantum, whom the English call Squanto, shows you techniques that European farming manuals never mentioned. He demonstrates how to plant corn in small mounds rather than rows, placing several seeds together with fish buried beneath them to nourish the growing plants. The fish as fertilizer method seems strange at first, even slightly wasteful given how hungry everyone has been. But you follow his guidance because stubbornness is a luxury you cannot afford. Squanto's own story is remarkable enough to deserve its own evening of storytelling, though you only learn fragments of it. He was kidnapped by English explorers years earlier, taken to Europe, and somehow made his way back to find his entire village wiped out by disease. He returned to a homeland that was both familiar and completely transformed, his people gone, their houses collapsed, their fields returning to forest. The man teaching you to plant corn has survived losses that make your own hardships seem almost manageable by comparison. The growing season becomes a time of cautious optimism. You watch the corn sprout first as delicate green shoots that seem too fragile to survive, then as increasingly sturdy stalks that reach toward the summer sun. Beans are planted to climb the corn stalks, while squash grows between the mounds, creating what the Wampanoag call the Three Sisters, crops that help each other thrive through some kind of botanical cooperation that English farmers never discovered. Other foods come from hunting, fishing, and foraging. The men learn to track deer through forests that initially seemed impenetrable, but gradually reveal their patterns and paths. They discover that the streams and ocean provide fish in varieties and quantities that English waters cannot match. The women learn which plants are edible, which are medicinal, and which should be avoided entirely. Knowledge that takes on sacred importance when the nearest doctor is an ocean away. By autumn it becomes clear that the harvest will be successful. Not abundant in the way that English farms might produce, but sufficient. The corn has grown despite your inexperience. The gardens have yielded squash, beans, and other vegetables. The colony's hunters have brought in deer and wild fowl. After a year of scarcity so severe that it killed half your companions, there is finally enough food to face winter without terror. This abundance, relative though it may be, creates a sense of debt that needs acknowledging. The survival of the colony was never certain, never guaranteed. It resulted from a combination of hard work, helpful instruction from the Wampanoag, and what the religious settlers would call providence, but which might equally be described as good fortune. Either way, gratitude seems like the appropriate response. The idea emerges gradually rather than appearing as a single decision. Someone suggests celebrating the successful harvest with a feast, perhaps inviting the Wampanoag neighbours who provided crucial assistance. The suggestion gains support because it addresses multiple needs simultaneously. It allows thanksgiving for survival, creates opportunity for strengthening relationships with the native peoples, and provides a moment of joy after a year dominated by grief and hardship. Preparations for this feast become a community project that occupies several weeks of autumn. The women begin preserving foods that will be served, using techniques learned both from English traditions and from Wampanoag teaching. Corn is dried and ground into meal. Meat is prepared and stored. Wild fruits are gathered and turned into preserves. Each task is performed with care that reflects both practical necessity and ceremonial significance. The settlement's limited cooking facilities require creative planning. Most homes have only a single fireplace, and even the common buildings can accommodate only so many pots at once. Cooking for a large gathering means carefully scheduling dishes, coordinating between households, and accepting that some foods will need to be prepared outdoors on spits and temporary hearths. The men focus on hunting and building. Additional venison is needed to feed a large gathering, so hunting parties go out regularly in the weeks before the feast. Others work on constructing temporary tables and benches, creating outdoor seating that can accommodate both English settlers and Wampanoag guests. The preparations have a dual purpose: practical necessity and symbolic gesture, creating both a meal and a statement about survival and cooperation. As the feast day approaches, you begin to understand that this gathering represents something more significant than simply sharing food. It's a moment when two vastly different cultures, separated by ocean and experience and worldview, will sit together and acknowledge their interdependence. The English colonists needed Wampanoag knowledge to survive. The Wampanoag, facing increasing pressure from other European settlements along the coast, see potential value in maintaining peaceful relations with these particular newcomers. The atmosphere in the settlement shifts as preparation intensifies. The underlying current of grief that has run through every day since that first terrible winter doesn't disappear, but it's joined by something else. Anticipation, perhaps, or cautious hope that survival might lead to something resembling prosperity. The morning of the feast arrives with weather that seems almost impossibly perfect. One of those autumn days when the air holds just enough coolness to be invigorating without being uncomfortable. When the sky stretches clear and blue above yellow and red foliage. You've been awake since before dawn, joining others in final preparations that have taken on an urgency that exceeds mere practical necessity. The Wampanoag arrive in numbers that surprise the English hosts. Massasoit, the sachem or leader of the Wampanoag Confederation, brings approximately 90 people with him, nearly twice the number of English colonists who survived the winter. For a moment, this disparity creates visible tension among some settlers, a reminder that numerical advantage could become military advantage if relations soured. But Massasoit's people come bearing gifts of food, particularly 5 deer they've hunted specifically for this gathering, and the tension eases into something closer to cautious welcome. You observe the Wampanoag guests with curiosity that you hope doesn't appear rude. They're dressed in deerskin clothing that looks infinitely more practical for this climate than English wool and linen. Some wear their hair long and loose, others in styles that seem to indicate status or role within their community. Many have decorative elements worked into their clothing, shells, feathers and quill work that represent countless hours of intricate labour. The physical differences between the two groups extend beyond clothing. The Wampanoag move through the forest edge settlement with an ease that makes English awkwardness obvious by contrast. They're comfortable in this landscape in ways the colonists are still learning. Even the children among the Wampanoag guests display skills that would be considered exceptional among English youth of similar ages. But there are similarities too, visible if you look beyond superficial differences. Both groups have brought their best for this occasion, the English wearing their least worn clothing, the Wampanoag adorned with ceremonial decorations. Both show signs of the same universal human concern with making good impressions during significant social occasions. Parents from both cultures keep careful eyes on their children, hoping for good behaviour. Leaders from both groups move through the gathering with the particular combination of authority and diplomacy that leadership roles seem to require universally. The language barrier creates interesting challenges. Squanto and a few others can translate between Wampanoag and English, but they cannot be everywhere simultaneously. Much communication happens through gestures, demonstrations, and the universal language of shared activity. When words fail, people resort to showing rather than telling, demonstrating how something works, indicating through action what might be too complex to explain through translation. The feast itself is laid out on long tables constructed specifically for this purpose, supplemented by ground covers where additional people can sit in the Wampanoag style. The food represents a genuine fusion of two cultures' contributions: venison from both English hunters and Wampanoag gifts, wild fowl that might be turkey or goose or duck, corn prepared in various ways reflecting both English and native cooking methods, squash and beans from the successful harvest, fish and shellfish from local waters, and wild fruits gathered from the surrounding forest. Notably absent are many foods that later Americans will associate with Thanksgiving. There's no cranberry sauce as colonists know it, though fresh cranberries might appear in some form. Potatoes haven't yet made the journey from South America to North American colonies. Pumpkin pie doesn't exist because the colony lacks both ovens capable of baking proper pastry and sufficient stores of sugar and spices for elaborate desserts. The meal is simpler than future Thanksgivings will be, closer to the actual products of land and labour. The eating happens in waves rather than as a single formal meal. People serve themselves and find places to sit, creating small groups that mix English and Wampanoag in various combinations. Some gatherings are primarily one culture with a few members of the other, while others achieve more balanced mixing. The arrangement is organic rather than planned, developing according to relationships, curiosities and comfort levels. You find yourself in a group that includes both English neighbours and Wampanoag guests. The eating proceeds with less conversation than might occur at an all-English gathering, partly because of language barriers and partly because good food after a year of scarcity requires little verbal commentary. The venison is rich and flavourful, the corn satisfying in its substance, and the wild fowl prepared with herbs that grow abundantly in this new land. Between bites, you observe interactions that suggest this gathering is accomplishing its implicit diplomatic purposes. English men and Wampanoag men discuss hunting and territory, using the universal vocabulary of people who understand game and seasons and the rhythms of land. Women from both cultures examine each other's handiwork, the English admiring Wampanoag, weaving and decoration, the Wampanoag curious about English textile techniques and clothing construction. Children provide some of the feast's most genuine moments of cultural exchange. After initial shyness, English and Wampanoag children begin playing together, inventing games that require no shared language. They chase each other through the settlement's edges, play with simple toys, and demonstrate the universal truth that children can often bridge gaps that leave adults uncertain. The feast extends over 3 days, not because anyone planned such duration, but because the gathering develops its own momentum. Once begun, the celebration proves difficult to conclude. More food is prepared, more games are played, and more conversations happen through translation and gesture. The Wampanoag camp near the settlement, creating a temporary village that exists alongside the English one. On the second day of the gathering, a moment of shared ceremony occurs that captures something essential about this meeting of cultures. The English settlers, following their religious traditions, offer prayers of thanksgiving for survival and harvest. These prayers are long and formal, filled with scriptural references and theological language that probably mean little to Wampanoag listeners, even when translated. But then something unexpected happens. Massasoit offers his own expression of thanks, speaking in Wampanoag while Squanto translates. His words carry a different rhythm and reference different spiritual frameworks, but the underlying sentiment is recognisable across cultural boundaries. He gives thanks for the harvest, for the health of his people, and for relationships that bring peace rather than conflict. The substance differs from English prayers, but the impulse toward gratitude is identical. You realise, sitting in autumn sunshine while listening to these parallel expressions of thankfulness, that gratitude might be one of humanity's most fundamental responses to existence. Both cultures, despite vastly different histories and belief systems, share this recognition that life's good things deserve acknowledgement, that survival is never guaranteed, and therefore always worthy of thanks. The Wampanoag understanding of Thanksgiving is woven into their daily life in ways that English settlers are only beginning to appreciate. They give thanks before hunting, acknowledging the animals who will give their lives for human sustenance. They express gratitude for harvest through ceremonies that mark each crop season. Their spiritual practices include regular recognition of interconnectedness between people and land, humans and other creatures, and present generations and ancestors. This integrated approach to thankfulness contrasts with the English tendency to separate religious devotion from daily labour. The settlers pray before meals and attend Sunday services, but their work life often proceeds independently of explicit spiritual practice. The Wampanoag model, where every activity can be infused with spiritual significance, represents a different way of moving through the world. During the feast's second day, demonstrations of various skills occur naturally as people find ways to communicate across language barriers. Wampanoag hunters show English colonists tracking techniques that work in these particular forests. English craftsmen demonstrate metalworking that fascinates their guests, who have elaborate copper trade networks, but haven't developed European-style smithing. Women from both cultures share food preparation methods, each learning techniques that will prove useful in future seasons. These exchanges happen with an ease that belies their historical significance. You're watching the beginning of a cultural blending that will shape this region for generations. The English colonists will never be purely English again. They're already becoming something new, shaped by this land and by knowledge shared with native peoples. The Wampanoag, for their part, are beginning a relationship with European culture that will transform their world in ways both beneficial and devastating. But in this moment, in the autumn of 1621, the relationship feels mostly hopeful. Both groups have reasons to value peaceful coexistence. The English need continued guidance for survival in unfamiliar territory. The Wampanoag, weakened by diseases introduced by earlier European contacts, see potential advantage in alliance with these particular settlers, especially given that other native groups in the region may be hostile. The gratitude that infuses this gathering isn't naive or ignorant of practical concerns. It's gratitude that coexists with wariness, hope that acknowledges uncertainty, and thanks offered while understanding that the future remains unclear. This makes it, in some ways, more genuine than the simplified thankfulness that will later be taught in schools. Real gratitude often contains complexity, acknowledgement of good fortune alongside awareness of fragility, appreciation for present blessings while recognizing their impermanence. You watch the sun set on the second day of feasting, turning the autumn landscape gold and amber and orange. Fires are lit as darkness falls, and people gather around them in mixed groups that would have seemed impossible just days earlier. Someone begins singing an English hymn, and while the Wampanoag guests may not understand the words, they seem to appreciate the melody. Later, Wampanoag musicians produce sounds from instruments the English have never seen, rhythms that come from entirely different musical traditions. The evening's atmosphere creates a space where both cultures can exist simultaneously, without either needing to dominate or submit. The English don't stop being English, and the Wampanoag don't stop being Wampanoag, but for these few days they exist together in a way that acknowledges both difference and common humanity. This perhaps is the feast's real gift, not the food, which will be consumed and forgotten, but the demonstration that radically different peoples can gather peacefully when survival and common interest align. It's a lesson that will prove difficult to remember in the decades ahead when colonial expansion creates conflicts that override diplomatic gestures. But in 1621, for 3 days in autumn, it seems not only possible but actual. As the third day of celebration approaches its end, the feast takes on a quality of gentle exhaustion. The initial excitement has faded into comfortable familiarity. English and Wampanoag sit together now without the self-consciousness that marked the gathering's beginning. Children from both cultures play with the unself-conscious energy that children somehow maintain regardless of circumstances. The evening meal on this final day is simpler than previous feasts, partly because the most elaborate dishes have been consumed and partly because the event is winding down naturally. People serve themselves from what remains, finding spots near fires that have been burning for 3 days, kept alive through continuous attention. The firelight creates islands of warmth and visibility in the autumn darkness, gathering places where stories can be shared despite language barriers. You find yourself near a fire where several English families sit with Wampanoag guests, everyone full of food and tired from days of celebration. The conversation is sparse, translation is labour-intensive, and Squanto has been working nearly constantly as an interpreter. But silence among people who have shared food for 3 days feels companionable rather than awkward. Someone asks, through translation, about Wampanoag traditions for marking harvest season. The explanation that follows is complex, involving ceremonies and practices that span multiple seasons and connect to spiritual beliefs that don't translate neatly into English understanding. But the essence comes through. Gratitude for harvest is part of a larger cycle of acknowledgement, of maintaining proper relationships between people and the land that sustains them. An English settler responds by describing harvest festivals in the villages they left behind, celebrations that mark the end of the growing season in England's very different climate. There's nostalgia in the description, acknowledgement that those old traditions belong to a world that feels increasingly distant. The English colonists are beginning to understand that they cannot simply transplant European customs to this new land. They must develop new traditions appropriate to their changed circumstances. This exchange, happening in firelight while people relax after days of feasting, represents a kind of cultural negotiation. Both groups are exploring what can be shared, what can be translated, and what must remain specific to each culture's distinct experience. It's education happening organically through story and question rather than formal instruction. The children provide entertainment as the evening progresses. They've invented games that combine elements of both cultures' traditions, creating hybrid forms that belong to neither English nor Wampanoag custom, but to this specific moment of mixing. They race and climb and play with the complete absorption that children bring to their activities. Watching them, you wonder if they'll remember these days when they're grown, if this gathering will become a family legend passed down through generations. Music emerges again as darkness deepens. English settlers sing ballads from home, old songs about love and loss and distant places. The melodies carry weight beyond their words, connecting singers to memories of villages and families left behind. The Wampanoag listen politely, perhaps hearing in these foreign songs some universal truths about human emotion and experience. Then Wampanoag musicians share their own traditions, creating rhythms on drums that seem to come from the earth itself, from heartbeat and footfall and the pulse of living things. There are songs too, in a language the English cannot understand but which clearly carries meaning beyond mere words. Some songs seem celebratory, others more solemn, creating soundscapes that transport listeners even without translation. The meeting of musical traditions creates moments of unexpected harmony. Someone discovers that an English melody can be accompanied by a Wampanoag rhythm, creating something that belongs fully to neither tradition but draws from both. It's improvisation, born of curiosity, and facilitated by music's ability to communicate across language barriers. As the evening extends toward night, people begin preparing for sleep. The Wampanoag will camp once more near the settlement before departing in the morning. English families return to their homes, tired but satisfied. The 3-day gathering is concluding not with a formal ceremony, but with the natural exhaustion that follows sustained celebration. You make your way to your own dwelling, full of food and experience and thoughts about the remarkable nature of what you've just witnessed. The gathering exceeded expectations in ways that are difficult to articulate. It was both more ordinary and more significant than anticipated. Ordinary in the sense that people simply ate and talked and played. Significant in the demonstration that such simple activities could bridge enormous cultural chasms. The settlement is quiet except for low voices and the crackling of fires burning low. Tomorrow the Wampanoag will return to their own villages, and the English settlers will return to their normal routines of survival and building. But something has shifted during these 3 days. Relationships have formed, knowledge has been shared, and both groups have demonstrated to themselves and each other that peaceful coexistence is possible. You fall asleep thinking about gratitude, about the complex web of factors that allowed this gathering to happen. Gratitude for surviving that terrible first winter. Thanks to native peoples willing to share knowledge that made survival possible. Appreciation for the harvest that will carry the colony through the coming winter. recognition that you're alive to experience this moment when so many others are not. The gratitude isn't simple or purely joyful, it's complicated by loss and uncertainty about the future. But perhaps that's what makes it genuine. Easy gratitude, thanks offered when everything's perfect, requires little from those who express it. Gratitude amid hardship, thanks offered while remembering those who didn't survive to share this harvest, that demands something deeper from the human spirit. Morning arrives with cold clarity, autumn asserting itself more forcefully now that the unseasonably warm weather of the past 3 days has ended. You emerge from your dwelling to find the Wampanoag preparing for departure. They pack up their temporary camp with efficiency that makes English preparations always look chaotic by comparison. Every item has its place, every person knows their role, and within what seems like moments, they're ready to leave. The farewells happen with less formality than the greetings. People simply acknowledge each other. A nod here, a gesture there, perhaps a few words for those who share enough language for conversation. Massasoit exchanges some final words with the settlement's leaders, translated by Squanto. The exact content isn't shared with the broader community, but the tone suggests confirmation of mutual goodwill and hope for continued peaceful relations. Then the Wampanoag depart, moving into the forest with that practiced ease that still astonishes English observers. Within minutes, the group of 90 has effectively disappeared, leaving the settlement feeling suddenly quiet and strangely empty. The English settlers stand for a moment, perhaps processing the previous 3 days, before turning back to the practical demands of daily survival. The aftermath of the feast brings its own labour. There are tables to dismantle, dishes to clean, and scattered debris to collect. The settlement must return to its normal functioning, shifting from celebration mode back to the serious business of preparing for winter. Yet the work proceeds with a different quality than before the gathering. People seem less burdened, as if the celebration provided not just physical nourishment, but some kind of spiritual restoration. You reflect on what made the gathering work. Part of it was certainly the shared meal, the abundance after scarcity, and the simple pleasure of having enough food to satisfy hunger completely. But there was something else too, a recognition that simplicity itself can be valuable, that life stripped of complication and pretense reveals essential human connections that more complex social structures sometimes obscure. The feast had no elaborate protocols, no rigid seating arrangements, and no carefully calibrated social hierarchies being performed and reinforced. Instead, people simply gathered, shared what they had, and took pleasure in each other's company. This simplicity wasn't primitive or unsophisticated. It was deliberate, appropriate to circumstances that demanded practical approaches over ceremonial complexity. Life in the colony forces simplicity in ways that would have been unimaginable back in England. The social hierarchies that structured every interaction in English villages matter less here, where survival depends more on practical skills than inherited status. The person who can build a sturdy shelter or successfully hunt deer contributes more to community survival than someone with impressive ancestry but limited practical abilities. This democratizing effect of frontier life creates both opportunity and discomfort. People who enjoyed high status in England find themselves doing manual labour they would have considered beneath them back home. Conversely, those who occupied lower rungs of England's rigid social ladder discover that their practical skills give them value and respect that social origin never provided. The Wampanoag model of community organisation, glimpsed during the 3-day gathering, offers yet another perspective on how human societies can structure themselves. Their system isn't less complex than English social organisation. It's differently complex based on kinship networks, seasonal movements, and relationship to land rather than hereditary nobility and fixed property ownership. You begin to understand that simplicity is an absence of complexity, but rather clarity of purpose. The feast succeeded because its purpose was clear: give thanks for survival and harvest, strengthen relationships with native neighbours, and create a moment of joy after a year of hardship. Everything that happened served these purposes without unnecessary elaboration. This lesson applies beyond feasts to life in the colony more generally. The settlements that will survive and eventually thrive will be those that focus on essential purposes, producing food, maintaining shelter, building community, without getting distracted by the elaborate social performances that occupied so much energy back in England. The physical environment enforces this clarity. When winter storms hit, when food runs low, when illness strikes, there's no room for pretense or performance. You either have the skills and resources to survive, or you don't. This brutal honesty creates a kind of freedom alongside its demands. You can be yourself more completely here because there's less energy available for maintaining false fronts. The religious separatists who formed the core of the Plymouth community sought this kind of simplicity in their spiritual lives, worship stripped of what they considered unnecessary ceremony, focused on a direct relationship with God rather than mediated through an elaborate church hierarchy. In some ways, the physical simplicity forced by frontier conditions aligns with their spiritual preferences for plainness and directness, but simplicity has its costs too. The lack of doctors means that medical knowledge is limited to what individuals remember or learned from native sources. The absence of many craftspeople means that broken tools might be irreparable, and that certain goods simply aren't available regardless of need. Simplicity in some areas creates vulnerability in others. As days pass after the feast, the settlement settles into winter preparation rhythms. Wood must be cut and stacked for heating. The remaining harvest must be properly stored. Shelters must be reinforced against coming storms. The work is endless and repetitive, but it carries meaning that routine labour in England often lacked. Here, every cord of wood stacked, every bushel of corn stored, and every hole in a roof repaired directly impacts survival. The connection between labour and outcome is immediate and clear. You find yourself thinking often about the feast and what it represented. The abundance seemed miraculous after a year of scarcity, yet it was simply the normal result of a successful harvest in reasonably fertile land. What felt like luxury, having enough to eat, sharing with neighbours, taking 3 days away from labour for celebration, was actually just sufficiency, the baseline that human communities need to thrive. This realization is both humbling and encouraging. Humbling because it highlights how close to the edge of disaster the colony came during that first year. Encouraging because it suggests that future years, with better preparation and more knowledge, might allow not just survival but actual prosperity, or at least comfort. Winter settles over the settlement with the inevitability of weather indifferent to human concerns. But this winter feels different from the last. The houses are sturdier, the food stores are fuller, and perhaps most importantly, the colonists have experience now. They know what to expect, how to prepare, what strategies worked and what failed during their first brutal season. You spend long winter evenings near the fire doing the kinds of quiet handwork that fill dark hours when outdoor labour is impossible. Mending clothing, preparing materials for spring planting, and crafting small items that will be needed in coming months. These are the hours when memories surface, when you find yourself thinking about everything that has led to this moment. The decision to leave England, the terrifying ocean voyage, the losses of that first winter, and then the surprising grace of survival and harvest and feast. The feast itself has already taken on qualities of memory that differ from the actual experience. The 3 days were undoubtedly significant, but they were also ordinary in their ordinariness. People eating, talking, resting, and repeating the simple activities that have always marked human gatherings. Yet in memory, the event is acquiring layers of meaning that perhaps weren't fully visible during the experience itself. You realise that what happened in autumn of 1621 was both exactly what it seemed, a harvest celebration, and something more profound. It was a moment when two cultures, which might easily have remained hostile, chose instead to acknowledge their interdependence and find ways to coexist peacefully. That choice wasn't inevitable or natural. It required decisions by leaders on both sides to set aside suspicion and risk vulnerability for the possibility of mutual benefit. The legacy of that feast will extend far beyond the immediate participants, though you cannot possibly know this during the winter of 1621-1622. The story will be told and retold, simplified and mythologized, and transformed into something quite different from the actual complex event. Later generations will use the feast to support various political and cultural narratives, often losing the real human dimensions of what happened in favour of more convenient fictions. But perhaps even the mythologized versions will carry some essential truth, that gratitude matters, that different peoples can find common ground, and that sharing food and acknowledging mutual dependence are powerful acts that can transcend cultural boundaries. If the later stories simplify the complicated realities of English Wampanoag relations, they might still preserve something worth remembering about human capacity for cooperation and thanksgiving. Spring returns, as springs always do, with that sense of renewal that never gets old no matter how many times you experience it. The settlement begins another growing season, planting crops with more confidence than the previous year. The techniques learned from Squanto and other Wampanoag teachers are applied more skillfully now. With the advantage of experience, relations with native neighbours continue, though they're more routine now than celebratory. Trade happens, information is exchanged, and generally peaceful coexistence continues. There are tensions and misunderstandings. How could there not be when cultures so different try to share space and resources? But they're managed through negotiation rather than violence. The colony slowly grows as new ships arrive from England, bringing additional settlers. Each new group must learn what the original colonists discovered through hard experience. That survival here requires adapting to new conditions, learning from native peoples, and letting go of expectations based on English circumstances. You watch these newcomers with a mixture of sympathy and impatience. Sympathy because you remember your own arrival, your own struggles to understand this place. Impatience because hard-won knowledge makes others' ignorance seem avoidable, even though you know learning requires personal experience and cannot be fully transmitted through instruction. The settlement develops its own rhythms and traditions distinct from either English or Wampanoag custom. Harvest celebrations become annual events, though none quite recapture the particular circumstances and energy of that first feast in 1621. Still, each autumn brings time for acknowledging the year's blessings, for gathering together and for expressing gratitude for survival and harvest and community. These later celebrations lack the novelty of the first feast, but they carry their own satisfactions. There's comfort in established tradition, in knowing what to expect, and in marking time through repeated cycles of planting and harvest, hardship and celebration. The rhythm of agricultural life, which once seemed foreign and demanding, becomes familiar and even reassuring. Years pass, 5, then 10, then more. The colony that seemed so precarious in 1620 establishes itself as a permanent presence in the region. Children are born who have never known England, for whom this landscape is simply home rather than new world. They grow up speaking English, but also learning Wampanoag words, eating corn-based foods that would have seemed exotic to their parents, and moving through forests with skills learned from native teachers. These children represent something genuinely new in human history, a generation that blends European and American elements into an emerging identity that is neither fully one nor the other. They're the first American-born English colonists, the beginning of what will eventually become a distinct American culture, though that term and concept don't exist yet. You watch them play and learn, and you wonder what kind of world they'll inherit. Will the peaceful coexistence between English settlers and native peoples continue? Will both cultures find ways to share this land that benefit everyone? Or will the patterns that have played out elsewhere, European expansion, native displacement, violence and betrayal, repeat themselves here despite the promising beginning? The honest answer, visible even in the 1620s, is that tensions are building beneath the surface cooperation. More English ships arrive each year, bringing settlers who lack the original colonists desperate gratitude for native assistance. These newcomers often view the Wampanoag and other native peoples not as neighbours and teachers, but as obstacles to be removed or controlled. Land becomes an increasing source of conflict. English settlers understand land ownership in terms of individual property rights, clear boundaries, exclusive use, and permanent possession. The Wampanoag concept of land relationship is fundamentally different based on seasonal use rights, shared access, and stewardship rather than ownership. These incompatible worldviews create misunderstandings that grow more serious as the English population increases. Trade relationships that initially seemed mutually beneficial begin to show troubling patterns. English goods, metal tools, cloth, and unfortunately alcohol create dependencies that shift power dynamics. The Wampanoag and other native peoples find themselves increasingly reliant on European trade items, while Europeans need less from native sources as their own agriculture and hunting skills improve. But during the 1620s, in the immediate aftermath of that harvest feast, these future troubles are mostly potential rather than actual. The memory of shared celebration, of peaceful gathering, of mutual support during desperate times, these memories still carry weight in both communities. Leaders on both sides who remember the feast remain committed to maintaining the peace it symbolised. Massasoit continues as Sachem of the Wampanoag, and his relationship with Plymouth Colony remains generally positive throughout his lifetime. The political calculations that made an alliance with the English seem advantageous in 1621 continue to hold for many years. The Wampanoag face threats from other native groups, and English military support provides genuine security benefits. The English settlers, for their part, recognise that they remain vulnerable, despite growing numbers and improving agricultural success. Open conflict with native neighbours would be catastrophic for a colony that's still establishing itself. Maintaining peaceful relations isn't just morally preferable, it's strategically essential. So the peace holds, sustained by mutual need and by memories of that autumn gathering, when two very different peoples proved they could share a meal and celebrate together. The feast becomes a reference point, a reminder that cooperation is possible even when cultures collide, and that gratitude and generosity can transcend enormous differences. As you settle deeper into your blanket on this winter evening, 400 years after that original feast, it's worth considering what the 1621 gathering means for people living in your own time. What lessons travel across 4 centuries? What truths remain relevant when circumstances have changed so completely? The most obvious lesson might be the simplest. Gratitude matters. The Plymouth colonists had endured a year of almost unimaginable hardship, losing half their number to disease and hunger. They had every reason to be bitter, traumatised, and focused entirely on their own survival at any cost. Instead, they chose to acknowledge their blessings, to give thanks for what they had rather than mourn what they'd lost, and to share their harvest with neighbours who had helped them survive. This choice, because it was a choice, not an inevitable response, reveals something important about human resilience. Hardship can destroy people, and can make them selfish and bitter and closed. But it can also clarify what matters, strip away pretense, and create appreciation for basic blessings that prosperity often takes for granted. Having enough food to eat, a shelter that keeps out weather, and a community that supports you through difficulty, these aren't trivial achievements. They're the foundation of human flourishing, and they deserve recognition and thanks. The 1621 feast also demonstrates something crucial about cultural interaction. The English colonists and Wampanoag people couldn't have been more different. Different languages, religions, customs, technologies, and worldviews. Every rational calculation suggested that such differences would lead to conflict. Yet for at least that moment, and for several years afterward, they found ways to coexist peacefully and even celebrate together. This wasn't because they ignored or minimised their differences. The feast succeeded precisely because both cultures brought their authentic selves to the gathering. The English contributed their foods and customs. The Wampanoag brought theirs, and instead of competing for dominance, they created space for both to exist simultaneously. It was diversity without assimilation, cooperation without one culture being required to abandon itself in favour of the other. Modern society often struggles with similar challenges. How do we create spaces where genuine differences can coexist? How do we acknowledge cultural distinctiveness while finding common ground? The 1621 feast doesn't provide complete answers. The subsequent history of European native relations in America contains far more tragedy than triumph. but it proves that peaceful coexistence across enormous differences is possible when circumstances align and people choose cooperation over conflict. The feast also highlights the power of simple, concrete acts of generosity. Massasoit's people brought 5 deer to the gathering, a gift that represented significant labour and resources, given freely to neighbours who were still essentially strangers. That gesture of abundance sharing set a tone that shaped the entire celebration. Generosity creates possibilities that calculation and self-protection cannot. This remains true in modern contexts. The small acts of kindness, sharing food with neighbours, helping someone in difficulty, offering time or resources without expectation of return, these create social bonds that abstract principles of community never quite achieve. We connect through concrete acts, through the physical and practical dimensions of care and support. There's also something to learn from how the colonists approached gratitude itself. Their thanksgiving wasn't naive or ignorant of hardship. They gave thanks while remembering those who died during the previous winter, while facing uncertainty about future survival, while aware that their situation remained precarious. Their gratitude coexisted with grief. Hope lived alongside fear, and celebration happened despite, or perhaps because of, awareness of life's fragility. This kind of gratitude might be more valuable than the simple happiness that comes when everything is going well. Easy tasks require little from us. Gratitude that persists through difficulty, that acknowledges blessing while not denying hardship, that demands something deeper from the human spirit. It requires choosing to see what you have rather than focusing only on what you lack, recognizing gifts even when they're incomplete, and finding reasons for thanks even when circumstances would justify complaint. The simplicity of that original feast also carries lessons. The meal wasn't elaborate or fancy. There were no exotic ingredients, no complex preparations requiring specialized skills or equipment. People simply shared what they had, the products of their labour and their land prepared without pretense. The feast succeeded not because of sophistication, but because of sufficiency and a genuine welcome. Modern celebrations have a tendency toward complexity that sometimes obscures the original purposes. Thanksgiving has become, for many people, a logistical challenge involving complicated recipes, coordinated timing, and stress about creating the perfect meal. The 1621 gathering suggests an alternative approach. Share what you have, welcome others to your table, and focus on connection rather than perfection. This doesn't mean elaborate celebrations are wrong. There's real pleasure in preparing special foods and creating beautiful presentations. But when the process becomes so stressful that it undermines the gratitude and connection it's meant to express, something has gone wrong. The colonists' simple feast succeeded because they focused on essential purposes, acknowledging blessings, strengthening relationships, and creating community through shared experience. The role of food itself deserves reflection. Across virtually all human cultures, sharing meals is how we create and maintain social bonds. We mark important occasions with feasts, we welcome strangers by inviting them to eat with us, and we express care through preparing and sharing food. The 1621 gathering worked partly because it tapped into these deep human patterns around food and community. In modern life, shared meals have become less common, as busy schedules and individualized eating patterns replace family dinners and communal gatherings. Yet the research consistently shows that eating together creates benefits that extend far beyond nutrition: better communication, stronger relationships, improved mental health, and a greater sense of belonging. The colonists and Wampanoag, whatever their differences, understood something that contemporary society sometimes forgets. Eating together creates connections that separate eating cannot. The 3-day duration of the original feast also suggests something about the pace required for meaningful connection. Relationships don't form instantly. They develop through time spent together, through accumulating small interactions and shared experiences. The extended celebration gave English settlers and Wampanoag guests time to move beyond initial awkwardness, to find points of connection, and to develop familiarity that a single brief meal could never achieve. Modern life tends toward efficiency and speed. compressing experiences into the shortest possible time frames. But some human processes can't be rushed. Building trust, developing understanding, and creating community. These require time that our culture often seems unwilling to provide. The colonists' 3-day feast suggests that sometimes the generous allocation of time for gathering and connection might be the best investment possible. As firelight flickers and your eyelids grow heavy, let your mind rest on what that autumn gathering truly represented. Not the simplified mythology that later centuries created, but the actual human experience of people choosing gratitude and generosity during uncertain times. The 1621 feast was never meant to be the founding moment of a national holiday. The colonists weren't performing for history or creating a template for future generations. They were simply marking a harvest, acknowledging survival, and strengthening relationships with neighbours who had helped them through desperate times. The event's later significance would have astonished and probably confused them. This distance between the actual event and its cultural legacy is worth contemplating. Every generation reimagines the past through its own concerns and values, finding in history what it needs to find. Americans have used the Thanksgiving story to support various narratives: national unity, immigrant success, divine providence, cultural harmony, and many others. These interpretations often say more about the interpreter's own times than about what actually happened in 1621. But perhaps this process of reinterpretation isn't entirely distortion. Maybe each generation is entitled to find meaning in historical events that speak to their own circumstances and challenges. The colonists themselves were interpreting their experience through frameworks that made sense to them. Religious providence, political alliance, and agricultural celebration. Why shouldn't later generations do the same? What matters is maintaining some connection to the actual historical reality, to the real people whose choices and experiences created the event being remembered. The colonists weren't perfect or purely virtuous. They were flawed humans trying to survive in difficult circumstances, making decisions that combined genuine gratitude with practical calculation. The Wampanoag weren't simple or primitive. They were sophisticated people with complex cultures, making strategic decisions about how to respond to European presence in their homeland. Both groups deserve to be remembered as fully human, capable of generosity and gratitude, but also of selfishness and violence. The peaceful feast of 1621 was real, but so were the later conflicts that devastated native populations throughout New England. Both are part of the historical legacy, and honest remembrance requires acknowledging both. The feast's real meaning might lie precisely in its precariousness, in the fact that it represented a choice that wasn't inevitable and a peace that didn't last. It proves that even when the larger historical trends point toward conflict, individual humans can choose otherwise and can create moments of connection and cooperation that transcend the forces pushing toward division. These moments matter even when they don't change the ultimate trajectory of history. The 3 days of shared celebration in 1621 didn't prevent the eventual displacement of native peoples or the violence that accompanied European expansion, but they proved that alternative outcomes were possible, that the tragedy that followed wasn't predetermined by some inevitable logic of cultural collision. This matters for people living in any era facing seemingly intractable conflicts. The Plymouth Feast suggests that even when broader forces seem to make conflict inevitable, individual choices toward understanding and cooperation remain possible and meaningful. They may not solve every problem or overcome every obstacle, but they create spaces where different outcomes become imaginable. The gratitude that motivated that original feast also remains eternally relevant. Every generation faces hardships that make thankfulness difficult. Every era has reasons to focus on what's wrong rather than what's right, to emphasize scarcity rather than abundance, and to close ourselves off from others rather than risk the vulnerability that generosity requires. Yet humans persist in creating moments of thanksgiving, in pausing to acknowledge blessings even when those blessings are incomplete or uncertain. This persistence suggests something fundamental about human nature. We need gratitude not just as an emotional luxury we indulge in when everything's perfect, but as a survival strategy for getting through difficulty. The colonists gave thanks not because they had everything they wanted, but because they had survived when survival was never guaranteed. Their gratitude was battle-scarred and grief-marked, but it was real. Maybe that's the kind of thanksgiving most worth cultivating, not the easy appreciation that comes when life is comfortable, but the hard-won recognition of blessing even amid difficulty. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself at that feast 400 years ago. Feel the autumn air, smell the roasting meat and wood smoke, and hear the mixture of English and Wampanoag voices creating a soundscape that belong to neither language alone. You're surrounded by people whose names you'll never know but whose humanity is undeniable. Parents watching over children, friends sharing food, strangers becoming familiar through the simple act of eating together. The gathering isn't perfect or pure or ideal. It's messy and complicated, full of misunderstandings and cultural confusion, and marked by both genuine warmth and underlying wariness. But it's real, it's human, and it represents people choosing connection over isolation, generosity over hoarding, and gratitude over bitterness. That choice remains available to people in every era, including your own. You can choose to notice what you have rather than fixate on what you lack. You can choose to share your resources, whether abundant or limited, with others who need them. You can choose to welcome those who are different from you rather than viewing difference as a threat. You can choose gratitude even when circumstances would justify complaint. These choices won't solve every problem or eliminate every hardship. The colonists' gratitude didn't prevent that first terrible winter, and the feast didn't establish permanent peace between English settlers and native peoples. But the choices mattered anyway, created meaning anyway, and made life more bearable and more beautiful despite imperfection. The sun rises on another morning, as it has for countless mornings since that autumn gathering in 1621. The landscape where Plymouth Colony once struggled for survival has been transformed beyond anything those original settlers could have imagined. The small settlement is now surrounded by cities and suburbs. The forests they found so impenetrable have been cleared and regrown multiple times, and the Wampanoag people they feasted with have survived, despite centuries of hardship that make the colonists' first winter seem mild by comparison. Yet something persists across these 4 centuries. The idea that gratitude deserves marking, that harvest and survival warrant celebration, and that sharing food with family and community creates bonds that nourish more than just bodies. The form has changed dramatically. The specific customs have evolved, but the underlying impulse remains recognisable. Modern Thanksgiving looks nothing like the 1621 feast. The foods are different. Turkey has become standard while venison has disappeared. Mashed potatoes and cranberry sauce have been added, and the whole meal has been standardised in ways that the original colonists would find bewildering. The celebration is contained to a single day rather than stretching across 3. Most people gather with family rather than with neighbours and strangers. The event has been commercialised, politicised and mythologised almost beyond recognition. But at its best, contemporary Thanksgiving still captures something of that original impulse. The desire to pause amid busy lives, to acknowledge blessings alongside hardships, to gather with others and share not just food but also time and attention and care. These basic human needs and desires haven't changed, even if almost everything else has. The Wampanoag people still exist, contrary to what many Americans assume. They've survived pandemic diseases, land loss, cultural suppression, and centuries of policies designed to eliminate them as a distinct people. Many observe Thanksgiving as a national day of mourning, acknowledging what was lost in the centuries following that initial feast. Their perspective is a necessary counterweight to simplified narratives of harmony and shared celebration. Yet some Wampanoag also recognise that the 1621 gathering was real, that it represented a moment of genuine cooperation and mutual support, even if it couldn't prevent the tragedies that followed. History contains multitudes. It's possible to honour the genuine gratitude and generosity of that first feast, while also acknowledging the suffering that European colonisation brought to native peoples. This both and thinking is harder than simple either-or narratives, but it's more honest. The world is complicated, history is messy, and human experiences contain contradictions that simple stories cannot capture. The colonists were both genuinely grateful and ultimately agents of displacement. The Wampanoag were both generous hosts and victims of colonial expansion. The feast was both a beautiful moment of cross-cultural cooperation and a temporary pause in a larger story of conquest and resistance. Holding these contradictions requires maturity that simplified mythology doesn't demand. It means accepting that people can be simultaneously admirable and flawed, that events can be meaningful even when they don't change ultimate outcomes, and that truth is often more complex and interesting than either celebration or condemnation alone can capture. As you fully wake on this morning 400 years after that original feast, you carry forward a legacy that's yours to interpret and apply to your own circumstances. You can choose what to take from that historical moment, perhaps the example of gratitude amid hardship, or the possibility of cooperation across difference, or the power of sharing meals to create community, or the reminder that simple acts of generosity can create meaning that persists for centuries. The specific choices matter less than the act of choosing, the deliberate decision to find in history something useful for living today. The colonists and Wampanoag who gathered in autumn of 1621 weren't trying to create a template for your life. They were simply trying to survive and find moments of joy amid difficulty. But their example persists because those challenges are universal and timeless. Every generation faces the choice between gratitude and bitterness, between generosity and self-protection, and between reaching across differences and retreating into familiar comfort. The 1621 feast doesn't make those choices any easier, but it proves that people facing desperate circumstances, uncertain futures, and enormous cultural divides can still choose thanks, sharing, and celebration. That's a legacy worth carrying forward, worth interpreting for your own time and circumstances, not as a rigid prescription, but as an inspiring example, not as perfection to imitate, but as flawed humanity doing its best with limited resources and incomplete knowledge. The first Thanksgiving happened because people chose gratitude when bitterness would have been justified, chose generosity when hoarding would have been understandable, and chose to feast together when eating separately would have been easier. Those choices created something that persisted beyond their own lives, that continues to shape how millions of people mark the passing of seasons and the gifts of harvest and community. May you find your own ways to make similar choices, to create your own moments of Thanksgiving that honour both the historical reality of that original feast and your own present circumstances. May you know the satisfaction of sharing what you have, of acknowledging your blessings even when they're incomplete, of gathering with others to mark the simple fact of survival and the precious gift of another day, another season, another chance to live with gratitude and grace. And now, as this long story reaches its natural end, may you sleep well, dream peacefully, and wake tomorrow ready to carry forward in your own way the spirit of Thanksgiving that continues to matter. 4 centuries after English colonists and Wampanoag people shared 3 days of autumn feast under New England skies. Picture yourself settling into a wooden chair by your hearth on a crisp autumn evening in the year 1066. You've just finished your barley soup and dark bread, and the fire crackles with that particular satisfaction that comes from a belly that's finally full after a long day of backbreaking work. Your bones ache in that familiar way, the kind that reminds you that you've earned your rest. You step outside to check on the chickens one last time, and that's when you see it. A blazing sword hangs in the western sky, its fiery tail streaming behind it like the banner of some celestial army. Your heart pauses, not because you're witnessing one of nature's most spectacular shows, but because you know, with the certainty that comes from a lifetime of sermons and warnings, that this thing in the sky means trouble. See, you don't live in a world where comets are chunks of ice and rock following predictable orbits of the sun. You live in a world where the heavens are God's own theatre, and when something unusual appears up there, it's not astronomy, it's a divine telegram. And this particular message looks pretty ominous. Your medieval brain doesn't think, oh, fascinating. a celestial visitor from the outer reaches of our solar system. Instead, it thinks something more along the lines of, well, that's it then. Someone's about to die, probably horribly, and it might just be me. The thing is, you're not being irrational, not by the standards of your time anyway. You live in an age where the line between the natural and supernatural is as blurry as your vision after too much ale. Angels and demons are as real as your neighbour's cow, and the sky serves as God's bulletin board, announcing his disapproval of humanity's latest misdeeds. You know the stories. Everyone knows the stories. How a blazing star appeared before Jerusalem fell to the Romans. How strange that lights in the sky preceded the death of emperors and the fall of kingdoms. Your grandfather told you about the time a comet appeared just before the terrible famine that killed half the village. For you, these stories are more than mere entertainment. They serve as historical records. And here's the thing that makes it even worse. You can't just shrug and go back inside. Everyone else in your village has also witnessed it, and their thoughts align with yours. Tomorrow there'll be worried whispers at the well and anxious glances toward the manor house. The priest will have that particular expression. That means he's about to deliver some very unwelcome news from the pulpit. You pull your woolen cloak tighter around your shoulders and try to remember if you've been particularly sinful lately. Did you take that extra turnip from the Lord's field? Were you uncharitable toward your neighbour when his pig got into your garden? These things matter now because clearly the Almighty is paying attention and he's not happy about something. The comet hangs there like a cosmic reproach, and you can't help but wonder what fresh disaster it's announcing. Do you think the Normans will eventually follow through on their threats to invade? Will there be another plague? Will your Lord decide to raise the taxes again? In your world, bad news swiftly spreads across the night sky with a fiery tail. You stand there for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes, watching this unwelcome visitor. You want to appreciate its awful beauty, but mostly you want it to leave with the disaster it's advertising. If there's one thing you've learned in your hard-scrabble medieval life, it's usually not the kind of show you want front row seats for. The next morning arrives with all the subtlety of a mule kick to the head. You wake to the sound of church bells, not the regular call to morning prayers, but the urgent, irregular clanging that means Father Benedict has something important to announce. And judging by the frantic quality of the ringing, it's probably not good news about the harvest festival. You stumble out of your cottage, still pulling on your boots, to find half the village already gathered in the square. Everyone looks like they've seen a ghost, which in a way they have. It's the celestial ghost of impending doom, complete with a fiery tail and a profoundly negative outlook on humanity's moral state. Father Benedict stands on the church steps, his expression as troubled as everyone else's. His usually neat tonsure is dishevelled, and he's clutching his prayer book like it might sprout wings and carry him away from this mess. When he speaks, his voice has that particular tremor that suggests he's been up all night wrestling with theological implications. "My dear children," he begins, and you know immediately that whatever follows is going to be the opposite of reassuring. "The Lord has sent us a sign in the heavens, a reminder of his divine displeasure with the sins of this world." Now, here's where medieval logic gets particularly intriguing. In your time, everything happens for a reason, and that reason is usually either God rewarding the faithful or God punishing the wicked. There are no random cosmic events or natural phenomena that occur simply due to the laws of physics. When a comet appears, it's because God grabbed it by the tail and flung it across the sky like a cosmic javelin, aimed directly at whatever kingdom, village or individual has been getting too big for their britches. The mathematics of this system are beautifully simple and absolutely terrifying. Bad things happen because someone, somewhere, has offended the Almighty. The bigger the wicked thing, the bigger the sin that caused it. And a comet? A comet is not just any ordinary bad thing. That's the cosmic equivalent of God taking a serious stance. You glance around at your neighbours, all of whom are doing their own moral inventory. There's Thomas the miller, who you're pretty sure has been watering down the flour. Margaret the baker undoubtedly overcharges for bread and likely fabricates the weight. Old Henrik is known by everyone to poach rabbits from the Lord's forest, but he is clever enough to avoid getting caught. In fact, upon reflection, your village resembles a catalogue of petty sins and moral compromises. A flaming harbinger of divine justice suddenly casts a shadow over your village, making it seem less amusing and more like a poor strategic decision. Father Benedict continues his sermon, explaining how comets have historically appeared before great disasters. The medieval catastrophes, which included the destruction of cities, the deaths of kings, famines, plagues, and invasions, were all preceded by fiery visitors from the afterlife. Father Benedict provides detailed explanations for most of his points, supplemented by insightful quotes from various saints who shared their perspectives on celestial phenomena. The truly maddening part is that this system of cosmic cause and effect actually makes sense within the medieval worldview. If God is all-powerful and all-knowing, then nothing happens without his permission. If something dramatic happens in the heavens, it's because he put it there. And if he put it there, it's because he's trying to tell you something. The only question is if you possess the intelligence to decipher that message before it's too late. You find yourself nodding in agreement with the priest's explanation, despite a part of your mind resisting the overwhelming unfairness of it all. After all, you've been a reasonably decent person. You go to church, you don't murder anyone, you only steal when you're really hungry, and you've never coveted your neighbour's ox with any serious intent. But apparently, the cosmic justice system operates on a collective guilt principle, and your village's moral credit rating has just been downgraded to pray for your souls. As Father Benedict wraps up his impromptu sermon with a call for increased piety, and possibly some emergency donations to the church roof fund, you can't help but stare up at the morning sky. The comet isn't visible now, but you know it's still there, lurking behind the sun like a cosmic bill collector waiting to serve papers. By midday, your village has descended into a state of organised hysteria. It's remarkable, really, how quickly a community can pivot from mundane concerns about grain storage and pig breeding to full-scale apocalyptic anxiety. Everyone becomes an expert on divine wrath and celestial omens after witnessing a fiery visitor in the night sky. While you attempt to carry out your daily tasks, such as feeding the chickens and fixing the leaky thatch in your cottage, it becomes difficult to focus when half of your neighbours are convinced that the world is on the verge of a catastrophic end, and the other half are debating the specifics of this end. The blacksmith has become convinced that the comet is specifically targeting smiths because he once made a horseshoe on a Sunday. The baker thinks it's about bread prices, which honestly might not be wrong given what she charges for a decent loaf. Young William from the mill is certain it's because he's been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, though frankly, half the village has been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, so if God punished every lustful glance with cosmic fireworks, the sky would look like a continuous celebration. What's fascinating is how everyone's personal guilt is suddenly cosmic in scope. Do you remember the apple you stole from your neighbour's tree last autumn? Clearly grounds for divine retribution via a flaming celestial messenger. The occasion when you informed your supervisor that you were too ill to work, even though you simply wished to sleep in. This is undoubtedly the type of moral transgression that necessitates a correction from a higher power. You're sitting on your doorstep trying to patch a hole in your boot and listening to the increasingly creative theories about what the comet means, when old Martha shuffles over. She's the village's unofficial historian, the keeper of all the local disasters and their supposed celestial announcements. If anyone knows about comets and their terrible implications, it's Martha. Saw one just like it 40 years ago, she says, settling onto the wooden bench beside your door with the careful precision of joints that complain about everything. It was the same colour, the same terrible brightness. You know what happened next. You're not sure you want to know, but Martha is going to tell you anyway. There's a gleam in her eye indicating that she's about to reveal a particularly juicy piece of historical catastrophe. The great sickness came through. The sickness claimed the lives of every third person in the village, including my first husband. God rest his soul. Though between you and me, she leans closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, Harold had it coming. Man never met a commandment he couldn't find a way around. This is the thing about medieval life that makes Comet fear so perfectly reasonable. Bad things really do happen with alarming regularity. Plagues, famines, wars, floods, droughts, fires, invasions. It's like living in a cosmic pinball machine where you're the ball and disaster is every bumper. When your baseline existence includes regular encounters with death, disease, and destruction, the appearance of something unusual in the sky isn't just superstition, it's pattern recognition. Martha continues her catalogue of comet-related disasters, and you start to understand why your ancestors developed such a healthy fear of celestial visitors. In a world where medical science consists largely of bloodletting and prayer, where crop failure means starvation, and where political stability is whatever mood the local lord happens to be in that day, Any advance warning of trouble is valuable, even if that warning comes in the form of astronomical phenomena that won't be properly understood for another few hundred years. The truly clever thing about comet fear is that it's almost impossible to disprove. Something bad always happens eventually. That's just the nature of medieval life. When a calamity occurs, everyone recalls the comet and reverently acknowledges the divine warnings and cosmic justice. The fact that bad things also happen when there aren't any comets around is conveniently forgotten in favour of the much more satisfying narrative of celestial cause and effect. As the day progresses, you observe that the panic begins to assume a distinctly practical aspect. People are checking their food stores, making sure their tools are in good repair, settling old debts, and being unusually nice to people they normally can't stand. If a calamity is imminent, it's crucial to prepare thoroughly, and the last thing you want is to confront divine wrath while in debt to your neighbour or harbouring resentment towards the miller. Evening comes again, and with it, the return of your unwelcome celestial visitor. The comet hangs in the western sky like a cosmic sword of Damocles, and you're beginning to understand why your medieval ancestors developed such elaborate theories about what these things meant. When you don't have telescopes or orbital mechanics or any real understanding of what's happening beyond the atmosphere, pattern matching becomes your primary scientific method. You must admit, the patterns are quite compelling. Comets appear. Bad things happen. Sometimes the timing is remarkably coincidental, like the comet everyone still talks about that showed up just weeks before the terrible winter when the rivers froze solid and half the livestock died. Occasionally the connection is more general. A comet appears, and then sometime in the following months or years there's a war or plague or famine or political upheaval. Of course, given that wars, plagues, famines and political upheavals are basically the background noise of medieval existence, connecting them to any unusual celestial event isn't exactly a stretch. It's like predicting that sometime after you see a strange cloud, it will rain. In medieval Europe, the analogous prediction would be that upon witnessing a comet, a calamitous event would inevitably befall someone, and this prediction would almost always prove accurate. You're contemplating this prediction while sitting outside your cottage, sharing a cup of weak ale with your neighbour Edmund. He's been unusually thoughtful all day, which is notable because Edmund's usual approach to complex problems is to ignore them until they either go away or become someone else's responsibility. "Been thinking about that thing up there," he says, gesturing toward the comet with his cup. "Wondering if maybe we're looking at this all wrong." The subject is intriguing. Edmund having an original thought is like seeing a comet, unusual enough to merit attention. "How do you mean?" you ask. "Well," Edmund continues, warming to his theme, "what if it's not a warning about something that's going to happen? Could it be a warning about something currently occurring that we have not yet observed? This interpretation of cosmic messaging theory is surprisingly sophisticated. Rather than the comet serving as a foreshadowing of future events, it's akin to God gently reminding you to take notice of a situation that has been unfolding while you've been preoccupied with other matters. This interpretation has the advantage of being almost impossible to argue with. Is there political tension brewing between neighbouring lords? Has there been an unusual number of sick cattle lately? Are the crops looking a bit too good this year, setting up for complacency and eventual disaster? Any of these could be the something that the comet is highlighting. Edmund's theory also explains why comets seem to precede disasters rather than directly cause them. They're not cosmic artillery shells fired by an upset deity. They're more like divine highlighter markers, drawing attention to problems that were already in the works. You find the idea oddly comforting. It suggests that maybe, just maybe, there's still time to address whatever issue the comet is pointing out, if you can figure out what it is anyway. The two of you sit in companionable silence, watching the comet and sipping your ale. Around the village, other people are doing the same thing, standing in doorways, sitting on benches and gathering in small groups to stare at the sky and speculate about meaning. It's like the entire community has become a philosophical society dedicated to the interpretation of celestial phenomena. The funny thing is, all this comet watching and disaster theorizing is actually bringing people together. Shared anxiety has a way of dissolving petty grievances and social barriers. The miller, who usually can't be bothered to acknowledge your existence, nods gravely when you pass him on the road. The Lord Steward, normally as approachable as a rabid badger, actually stops to ask your opinion about what the comet might signify. You realise that fear serves as a powerful equaliser. When everyone's worried about the same cosmic threat, suddenly the normal hierarchies and social divisions seem less important. Everyone, rich or poor, noble or peasant, has the same view of the troubling visitor in the western sky, and the same questions about what it means and what to do. This communal aspect of comet fear is probably one of its most valuable functions in medieval society. It provides a shared experience that transcends individual concerns and creates a sense of common purpose. Everyone is on the same cosmic journey, collectively rowing towards an uncertain yet potentially disastrous destination. As the evening deepens and the comet becomes more visible against the darkening sky, you can't help but appreciate the elegant simplicity of medieval cosmology. Everything has meaning, everything is connected, and everything ultimately serves a divine purpose. It's a worldview that leaves no room for chance or meaningless coincidence, which means it also leaves no room for the kind of existential anxiety that comes from living in an apparently purposeless universe. Within 3 days of the comet crisis, your village has established an advanced system of apocalyptic management. It's impressive, really, how quickly a community can organize itself around the shared belief that the sky is trying to tell them something important and probably unpleasant. The blacksmith has taken on the role of the village's spiritual audit committee, conducting door-to-door assessments to identify everyone's recent transgressions and recommend suitable penances. The baker has started giving away day-old bread to the poor, apparently reasoning that excessive charity might offset whatever cosmic imbalance has attracted divine attention. Even the Lord Steward has been unusually lenient about tax collection, which is either a sign of genuine piety or evidence that he's just as worried as everyone else. You're beginning to understand that medieval comet fear isn't just about superstition or ignorance. It's actually a pretty sophisticated social technology for dealing with uncertainty and managing collective anxiety. When faced with something potentially threatening but fundamentally incomprehensible, the community has instinctively developed a response that serves multiple practical functions. First, it creates social cohesion. Everyone's focused on the same problem, which means everyone's pulling in the same direction. The usual village feuds and petty grievances have been temporarily set aside in favour of more pressing cosmic concerns. When you're all potentially facing divine judgment together, it's easier to forgive your neighbour for letting his pigs root through your garden. Second, it encourages moral reflection and behavioural improvement. The prospect of celestial retribution effectively prompts individuals to reconsider their recent ethical decisions. The village has become noticeably more civil, more generous, and more cooperative since the comet appeared. If divine threats can achieve what sermons and social pressure couldn't, perhaps a little cosmic anxiety holds merit. Third, it provides a framework for collective action. Instead of everyone panicking individually, the community has organised its worry into productive channels. Food stores are being checked and consolidated, tools are being repaired, debts are being settled, relationships are being mended. If disaster is coming, at least everyone will face it together and prepared. You're pondering these sociological insights while helping Edmund repair his roof, a task he's been putting off for months, but suddenly considers urgent given the current celestial circumstances. It's remarkable how the possibility of divine displeasure can motivate home maintenance projects. "You know what I find interesting?" Edmund says, pausing in his hammering to gesture toward the sky where the comet will soon become visible. "How come we never get good comets? Comets that mean prosperity and favourable harvests and peaceful relations with our neighbours." This query is actually a profound question about the nature of divine communication through astronomical phenomena. Why are comets always harbingers of doom? Why can't they be harbingers of exceptional wine vintages or unusually cooperative weather patterns instead? You consider this while handing Edmund another nail. Maybe because good things don't need warnings, you suggest. If God wanted to send us prosperity, he'd just send it. But if trouble's coming, we need time to prepare, Edmund nods thoughtfully. So comets are like divine early warning systems? Exactly. God's way of saying, heads up, things are about to get complicated. This interpretation has the advantage of making comet fear seem not just reasonable, but practically wise. Of course, you should be worried when unusual celestial phenomena appear. They're not just random cosmic events. They're intelligence briefings from the highest possible authority, delivered via the most dramatic communication medium available. The more you think about it, the more you appreciate the elegant efficiency of the system. Complex bureaucracies or elaborate communication networks are not necessary. Just grab a convenient chunk of ice and rock, set it on a spectacular trajectory through the inner solar system, and let human pattern recognition instincts do the rest. Every culture on Earth will see it. Everyone will understand that it means something significant, and everyone will start taking appropriate precautions. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible again, you and Edmund climb down from the roof to join the usual community comet watching session. It's become a nightly ritual now, this collective observation and interpretation of your unwelcome celestial visitor. People bring cups of ale or weak wine, share theories about what the comet might signify, and generally turn astronomical anxiety into a social event. Tonight, Father Benedict has joined the group, which adds a certain official theological weight to the proceedings. He's been consulting various religious texts about comets and their meanings, and he has some intriguing insights to share about the historical relationship between celestial phenomena and earthly events. The thing about divine warnings, he explains, settling onto a wooden stool that someone has thoughtfully provided, is that they're not just about predicting the future. They're about giving us the opportunity to change it. A week has passed since your celestial visitor first appeared, and you're beginning to suspect that medieval comet interpretation might be more art than science. The village has now generated approximately 17 different theories about what the comet means, ranging from Father Benedict's scholarly assessment that it represents divine displeasure with moral laxity, to young William's conviction that it's specifically about his lustful thoughts regarding the merchant's daughter. The most creative interpretation so far has come from old Henrik, who believes the comet is actually a beneficial sign, God's way of burning away evil influences so that righteousness can flourish. This theory is notably popular with people who consider themselves generally righteous and would prefer cosmic events to work in their favour for once. You're sitting by your hearth, mending a torn shirt, and contemplating the remarkable human capacity to find meaning in random events when there's a knock at your door. It's Margaret from the bakehouse, looking unusually flustered and carrying what appears to be an entire loaf of her best bread. "I need to talk to someone," she says, settling into your spare chair without waiting for an invitation. "About the comet, about what it might really mean." You set aside your mending and give her your full attention. Margaret rarely indulges in fanciful or theological speculation. If she's worried about cosmic implications, there's probably a good practical reason. "I've been thinking about timing," she continues, breaking off a piece of bread and offering it to you. "When exactly the comet appeared, and what was happening right around then. And I think I might have figured something out." This line is intriguing. Margaret has apparently been conducting her own investigation into comet-related causation, while everyone else has been focusing on moral inventory and spiritual preparation. Remember how Lord Geoffrey's son came back from his travels just 2 days before the comet showed up? And how did he bring all those strangers with him? The ones who've been staying at the manor house. You do remember. There had been quite a bit of village gossip about the young lord's companions. Foreign-looking men with expensive clothes and secretive conversations. The general consensus was that they were probably merchants of some sort, though nobody seemed quite sure what they were selling. "Well," Margaret continues, lowering her voice even though you're alone in your cottage, "I heard from Alice, who heard from the cook at the manor house, that those aren't merchants at all, they're soldiers, mercenaries, and they've been asking many questions about the local roads and the best routes to the neighbouring lordships. Suddenly the comet takes on an entirely different significance. If Margaret is right, then your celestial visitor isn't warning about divine displeasure with moral failing. It's a warning about human plans for very earthly conflict. The cosmic telegram isn't about spiritual concerns, it's about political ones. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying. As it implies that mere improvements in piety and charitable giving may not be sufficient to address the issues the comet is announcing. Terrifying because it suggests that your village might be about to become involved in the kind of armed conflict that tends to leave places looking significantly less village-like than they did before. "So, what do we do?" you ask. Margaret shrugs with the practical fatalism of someone who has survived several decades of medieval uncertainty. "Same thing we'd do if it was about divine wrath. Prepare for potential difficulties, maintain optimism, and avoid becoming entangled in the impending chaos." You spend the rest of the evening discussing practical preparations for potential conflict, and you realise that the village's response to the comet has actually been pretty sensible, regardless of what the comet actually means. Food stores checked and consolidated, tools repaired and sharpened, debts settled, relationships mended. All of these things are just as useful for surviving human-caused disasters as divine ones. The next morning, you share Margaret's theory with Edmund. who receives it with the thoughtful consideration he's been applying to all comet-related intelligence. After some discussion, you both agree that it doesn't really matter whether the comet is warning about spiritual crisis or political conflict. The appropriate response is pretty much the same. Get ready for trouble and hope you're wrong about how awful it's going to be. This insight into the practical wisdom of comet fear is oddly comforting. Your medieval ancestors weren't just superstitious primitives jumping at shadows in the sky. They were people living in genuinely dangerous and unpredictable circumstances, and they developed a system for interpreting unusual events that encouraged useful precautionary behaviour, regardless of the specific nature of the threat. Whether the comet means divine wrath, political upheaval, natural disaster, or just cosmic coincidence, the response is the same. Pay attention, prepare for difficulties, work together, and try to be the kind of person you'd want to be if you knew the world was watching. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible once again, you find yourself looking at it with something approaching appreciation. Not because you're happy it's there, but because you're beginning to understand the elegant simplicity of a worldview that treats every unusual event as potentially meaningful, and every bit of meaning as a call to appropriate action. 2 weeks after your cosmic visitor first appeared, Lord Geoffrey's son makes his announcement. There will indeed be a military campaign, though he has the diplomatic courtesy to call it a defensive expedition to secure regional stability. The mercenaries Margaret spotted were advanced scouts, and the young lord has been planning what amounts to a small-scale invasion of his neighbour's territory over a disputed claim to some particularly fertile farmland. The comet, it turns out, was neither a divine warning nor a celestial coincidence. It was just excellent timing, a cosmic spotlight illuminating a very earthly drama that was about to unfold whether the heavens cooperated or not. But here's the thing about comet fear that you're beginning to truly appreciate. It doesn't actually matter whether the comet caused the crisis, or just happened to show up for it. What matters is that its appearance motivated your community to prepare for trouble, and that preparation is about to prove extremely valuable. The village is in better shape than it's been in years. Food stores are organised and adequate. Tools are repaired and ready. People have settled their debts and mended their relationships. The community is more cohesive and cooperative than anyone can remember. When Lord Geoffrey's steward comes around to requisition supplies for the campaign, your village is able to contribute without facing starvation. When he demands men for military service, the community is unified enough to negotiate reasonable terms instead of just accepting whatever conscription he imposes. Most importantly, when the inevitable refugees start arriving from the disputed territory, families fleeing the advancing soldiers and the chaos that always accompanies armed conflict, your village is prepared to help. Not only does your village provide material assistance, but it also provides social and emotional support. The comet has reminded everyone that we're all vulnerable to forces beyond our control, and that mutual support is the best defence against uncertainty. You're helping to distribute blankets to the refugee families when old Martha shuffles over, wearing the satisfied expression of someone whose theories have been validated by events. "Told you that comet meant something," she says, settling beside you on the bench outside the church. "Maybe not exactly what we thought, but something important all the same." "So you think the comet actually caused all this?" you ask, genuinely curious about her perspective. Martha considers this with the careful deliberation of someone who has seen enough history to understand its complexity. Maybe yes, maybe no, but does it matter? The comet got us ready for what was coming, whether it knew what was coming or not. That certainly holds significance. This is the final wisdom of medieval comet fear. It's not really about understanding cosmic causation or predicting specific disasters. It's about maintaining the kind of adaptive alertness that helps communities survive in genuinely uncertain circumstances. The comet reminds us that the future is uncertain, that we should prepare, and that we're all in this together. As you settle into bed that night, you step outside one last time to look at your celestial visitor. It's noticeably dimmer now, beginning its long journey back toward the outer darkness, where comets spend most of their time. In a few more weeks, it will fade from visibility entirely, leaving your village to deal with the earthly consequences of Lord Geoffrey's territorial ambitions. But the comet's real work is already done. It appeared at exactly the right moment to motivate exactly the right kind of preparation for exactly the right kind of crisis. Whether this event was divine providence, cosmic coincidence, or just the inevitable intersection of astronomical mechanics and human foolishness doesn't really matter. What matters is that when unusual things appear in the sky, it's probably wise to pay attention. This is not because the sky is attempting to convey a message, but rather because observing unusual occurrences often serves as an effective survival tactic. The universe is full of surprises, some of which require preparation, cooperation, and the wisdom to distinguish between the things you can control and the things you can't. Your medieval ancestors understood these facts instinctively. They lived in a world where unexpected events could be fatal, and preparation often made the difference between survival and disaster. They developed comet fear not because they were superstitious primitives, but because they were practical people dealing with practical problems using the best information available to them. As you drift off to sleep in your cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of your village settle into the night, you find yourself oddly grateful for your cosmic visitor. The experience taught you valuable lessons about community, preparation, and the importance of taking unusual events seriously, even if you don't fully understand them. The comet blazes on through the darkness, carrying its tail of fire toward distant appointments with other worlds and civilizations who will look up at it and wonder what it means and what they should do about it. Perhaps if they are wise, they will follow the same path as your village. Brace for challenges, hold on to optimism, and keep in mind that we are all merely transitory occupants of a small planet, orbiting a common star in a universe brimming with both wonders and dangers. Sometimes the sky catches fire, and sometimes that's exactly what we need to see. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states. All for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighbourhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the Gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons, Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only one weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicentre of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercentre were vaporized so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns, and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave, breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And, was that creaking sound the mine settling? Or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness, even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. You said something about shiny veins near the singing water, your partner would whisper urgently. Do you remember what that means? And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mine's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours: slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. Sorry, Copperarm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice. It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day, performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge, figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copperarm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep-onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication. Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules. informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, people whose job was to gently influence the singers' performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety? Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians, and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now, you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this. You're copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. The migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high-demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who were having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency. Now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture, the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak, and instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. The communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision, while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognize as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognize when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem-solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realize you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualize solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dream crafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment, and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest. It was about getting the right kind of rest, in the right environment, with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning, that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience, but an active skill, and not just about rest, but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognizes that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honouring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimize your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognize the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honor, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious, sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Suleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined, and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganized the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organization. The empire also began to modernize its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernize, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i-Jadid, New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernize and reform while maintaining identity and preserving stability would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernizing the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganization, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernize everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hattusherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernization. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernization efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasized the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals, and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets, and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernization, and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernization and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism, and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernization and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia. between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. In the waning days of Rome's glory, a young deacon named Leo quietly ascended to prominence. The Western Empire was in danger of disintegrating in the year 440. Instead of looking to senators or generals for advice, imperial officials looked to a churchman. At Emperor Valentinian III's behest, Leo journeyed to Gaul to mediate a bitter feud between General Aetius, Rome's most powerful commander, and the magistrate Albinus. The emperor's decision to entrust this delicate mission to Leo was significant, as the able deacon had established a reputation for prudence and authority beyond ecclesiastical circles. While Leo negotiated peace in Gaul, fate intervened back home. Pope Sixtus III died in Leo's absence, and on September 29, 440, the clergy and people of Rome unanimously elected Leo as Bishop of Rome. The news reached him up north. The mediator would now become the supreme pastor of the Western Church. Leo returned to a city in need of strong leadership. Stepping into the role of Bishop of Rome, later generations would hail him as Pope Leo the Great. He carried both humility and resolve. Rome in the 440s was a city of contrasts, still adorned with imperial marble and Christian basilicas, yet teeming with destitute refugees from barbarian invasions. Leo threw himself into the work. From the pulpit he preached not only doctrine but also charity. He organised relief for those suffering from famine and war, urging the faithful to practice mercy and almsgiving alongside their fasts. Under his guidance, the church opened its granaries to feed the hungry and its monasteries to shelter the homeless. Leo's compassion in action earned him a fatherly status among Romans. In a world where emperors taxed and generals fought, it was the Bishop of Rome who cared for the widow and orphan. However, Leo was not a passive individual. He was equally a man of ideas and unwavering determination. As heresies sprouted amid the turmoil of the times, Leo responded with intellectual rigour and firm discipline. When news came that certain priests in distant Aquileia were tolerating the Pelagian heresy, Leo swiftly ordered a synod to correct them. In Rome, he discovered a secret sect of Manichaean dualists lurking in the shadows, likely refugees from the recently fallen African provinces. The Pope reacted decisively. He investigated, preached fiery sermons against their false light, and, according to his contemporary Prosper of Aquitaine, even burned their forbidden books. By 444 he declared the capital cleansed of the Manichaean contagion. Such actions might seem harsh to modern eyes, but to Leo's mind the very soul of Rome was at stake. If the empire was crumbling, at least the faith must stand firm. Leo's blend of compassion and authority extended his influence beyond the usual spiritual realm. The Western imperial court itself acknowledged his leadership. In June 445, Emperor Valentinian III issued a remarkable decree recognizing the primacy of the Bishop of Rome based on the merits of Peter and the dignity of the ancient capital. Provincial governors were even ordered to enforce papal summonses, a legal nod to Leo's supremacy over Western Christendom. This feat was unprecedented. Once merely primus inter pares, first among equals of bishops, the Bishop of Rome now held a recognised preeminence. Under Leo's stewardship, the very title of Pope, once used broadly for any bishop, became reserved exclusively for Rome's bishop. The decline of the empire was sowing the seeds of the papacy's future grandeur. Despite these accolades, Leo remained at heart a pastor. He corresponded with distant churches, arbitrating disputes in Gaul and Spain as a trusted father figure. He drew around him learned men like Prosper to assist in administration and correspondence. Ever mindful of his exemplar, St. Peter the Apostle, Leo championed the idea that the Pope is Peter's heir, carrying the keys of spiritual authority. The ultimate test of this conviction was imminent. As the mid-5th century approached, ominous tidings spread across the Alps. A storm was gathering in the north. The Huns, led by a warlord whose name was already spoken in dread whispers, were on the move. Unbeknownst to Leo, destiny was steering him toward a singular role, not only as a teacher and shepherd of souls, but as Rome's protector in its darkest hour. The stage was set for an encounter that would resound through the ages, and the humble deacon-turned pope would soon be called upon to save an empire. Pope Leo I was solidifying his spiritual authority while the Western Roman Empire around him was on the verge of collapse. By the mid-5th century, Rome's dominion had shrunk to a pathetic core. Little more than Italy and part of Gaul, observers noted, of the Western realm. The grandeur of Caesar and Augustus was now a ghost haunting crumbling walls. Gone were the rich provinces of North Africa. The Vandals had seized Carthage in 439, cutting off Rome's critical grain supply. Hispania and Gaul were carved up by Visigothic and Burgundian kings who paid only token respect to the emperor. Across the sea, Britannia, once a Roman diocese, was abandoned to wild Anglo-Saxon warlords. The Western Empire in Leo's time was essentially an Italian kingdom struggling to survive, its frontiers pressed on all sides by so-called barbarians, and its treasury drained. The city of Rome itself, though still symbolically powerful, was a mere shadow of its former self. The imperial court had long since relocated to Ravenna, a marsh-girt city easier to defend. In Rome, ancient monuments decayed even as new churches rose. The populace, much diminished from a century ago, lived in uneasy suspense. Memories of the Visigoth sack of 410 still lingered like a national trauma. Elderly Romans could recall the horror when Alaric's Goths breached the walls and looted the Eternal City for 3 days. The psychological scar had not healed. Now, 4 decades later, rumours spread that an even fiercer enemy was approaching Italy's borders. Children heard frightening tales of the Hun with his ruthless horsemen and felt their parents' anxiety. Many asked, was history repeating itself? Or worse, was this the end of Rome at last? In the palaces of Ravenna, Emperor Valentinian III reigned in name, but real power was precariously balanced. The true strongman was Flavius Aetius, the Magister Militum, master of soldiers. Famed for both his cunning and his controversial alliances, Aetius had spent his youth as a hostage among the Huns, even befriending their leaders. Hardened by that experience, he knew Rome could not fight all its enemies at once. With grim pragmatism, Aetius had struck deals with some barbarians to fight others. In 437 he formed an alliance with Attila's Huns to demolish the Burgundian kingdom in Gaul, eradicating it from its core. Western Rome was forced to play a desperate game of divide et impera in order to survive. By the late 440s, Aetius managed a fragile coalition holding Gaul against the Visigoths and Italy against the Ostrogoths. But the Huns, once his occasional allies, were becoming an ever greater threat. Aetius knew Attila's character too well. The Hun king's ambitions had no limit. The cultural fabric of the empire was also fraying. The old pagan aristocracy had mostly bowed to Christianity, but not always sincerely. Some clung to classical traditions and nostalgic dreams of Rome's past, while the new reality, a Christian empire fighting for its life, demanded a different ethos. In this atmosphere, spiritual interpretations of Rome's misfortune flourished. Many Christian Romans, Leo among them, viewed the successive calamities as divine chastisement for the empire's sins. Was God using barbarian invaders as a scourge to humble Rome? The question was pondered in sermons and letters. Decades earlier, St. Augustine had written The City of God after the 410 sack, explaining that earthly empires rise and fall while the City of God endures. Now Augustine was gone. He had died in 430 as Vandals besieged his city of Hippo, but his ideas lived on. Pope Leo, steeped in such theology, urged his flock not to lose faith. If the empire was crumbling, perhaps it was all the more urgent to uphold Christian virtue and unity. By 450, the Western court was rife with intrigue and insecurity. Emperor Valentinian, never a strong ruler, was dominated first by his formidable mother, Galla Placidia, and then by Aetius. With Placidia's death in 450 and the emperor's own sister Honoria embroiled in scandal, she had secretly appealed to Attila for help escaping an arranged marriage, offering him her hand, and half the empire as dowry. The dynasty itself seemed to teeter. When reports came that Attila had considered Honoria's plea and was mustering his forces, panic swept the Italian elite. Attila's reputation as the scourge of God preceded him. He had already bullied the Eastern Empire into paying enormous tribute, and now he cast his covetous gaze westward. In the spring of 451, Attila marched into Gaul. The showdown came on the Catalonian plains near Chalons. There, Aetius, joined by Roman troops and various foederati allies, Visigoths, Franks, confronted the Huns in one of antiquity's great battles. The fight was brutal and indecisive. Attila's advance was halted, but not decisively crushed. Corpses littered the plain, and the Visigothic king was slain in the fray. But Attila lived to fight another day. The Battle of Chalons, instead of a clear Roman victory, resulted in a Pyrrhic stalemate that left the Hunnic horde battered yet intact. Gaul had taken the brunt of Attila's wrath, giving Italy a moment of relief, but the respite was fleeting. Late in 451, as winter fell, unsettling news reached Rome. Attila had regrouped his forces beyond the Alps. The Hun was far from finished. In fact, he was enraged. They had thwarted his campaign in Gaul, leaving his appetite for conquest unsated. Honoria's offer still stood as a convenient pretext. In Attila's mind, the dowry he demanded, half of the Western Empire, remained unpaid. Early the next year, scouts and refugees brought terrifying reports. Attila was crossing into Italy. City after city in the northern provinces was falling to fire and sword. The spectre that had loomed so long was now at hand. Rome's darkest hour was approaching, even as its secular might was at its weakest. The people's hopes increasingly turned to prayer, and to the unassuming figure of Pope Leo, whose courage and faith would soon be tested as never before. In the gathering gloom of the 450s, Pope Leo I emerged as more than a religious leader. He became the soul of a dying empire. While legions faltered and emperors dithered, Leo provided a different kind of strength, one rooted in faith and moral conviction. He often preached that earthly turmoils were transient, but the spiritual battle for righteousness was eternal. Leo's unwavering faith in the unique function of his position fueled his confidence. As Bishop of Rome, he saw himself as heir to St. Peter, the Apostle Christ had charged with feeding his sheep. To Leo, the task was no mere honorific. It was a living mandate. In one letter he wrote, "To deny the authority of the chair of Peter is to question the very foundation of the Church." He strove to live up to that high calling, convinced that in his leadership the voice of the apostles echoed anew. This conviction was dramatically vindicated in 451 at the Great Council of Chalcedon, a church synod convened far to the east in Asia Minor to settle a theological crisis. Leo could not attend in person, troubles in the west kept him in Rome, but he sent legates bearing a document he authored, the famous Tome of Leo. This tome clearly defined the dual nature of Christ, both fully God and fully man, and was intended to guide the Council Fathers out of contentious debate. As the assembly of bishops read Leo's words aloud, a sudden unity swept the hall. According to the council records, the bishops cried out in unison, "This is the faith of the fathers. Peter has spoken thus through Leo." In that acclamation, Leo's authority was affirmed in an almost mystical way. It was as if St. Peter himself had stood among them, teaching through Leo's voice. The Roman Pope's stature soared. He was now revered as Leo the Great, a pillar of orthodoxy and a figure of international renown. For Leo personally, it was confirmation that his leadership carried not just human approval, but divine sanction. Back in Rome, Leo leveraged this moral authority to bolster the city's resolve. He preached frequently to his flock, tailoring his message to the tumultuous times. In homilies, he called the invasion threats a test of faith. Drawing on scripture, he likened Rome to the biblical Nineveh, a mighty city that could be spared from destruction if its people repented and turned to God. He urged public fasting and prayer vigils, and it was said that the churches were filled day and night with supplicants crying for deliverance. The Pope himself led processions through the streets, venerating relics of saints and imploring heavenly aid to avert the scourge approaching Italy. To a population frightened by news of flaming towns in the north, Leo's calm and resolute presence was a godsend. He told them, "God did not abandon Jonah's Nineveh, nor will he abandon Rome, seat of his apostles." Such words gave hope to the hopeless. Leo's influence extended even into the imperial palace. When Emperor Valentinian III and his court vacillated on how to deal with Attila's impending onslaught, Leo did not hesitate to offer counsel. Some accounts suggest it was Leo who volunteered to personally meet the Hun, a proposal that stunned the imperial advisors. Others say the idea originated from the emperor, who realised that no general or diplomat had the gravitas to face Attila on equal terms, whereas the saintly bishop of Rome just might. Regardless, by the beginning of 452, everyone's attention was focused on Leo, possibly the sole individual capable of saving Rome from the abyss. It was a heavy burden for a man of the cloth, yet Leo prepared to shoulder it with the same sense of duty that had guided him all along. There was a profound symbolism in Leo's stepping forward. Here was a representative of spiritual authority confronting the might of worldly violence. The clash was not simply between a pope and a warlord, but between two worldviews, one of faith, mercy and moral suasion, and another of conquest, fear and raw power. Leo understood this. In quiet moments of prayer before his departure, he surely reflected on the trials of past leaders of the Church. He prayed at the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican Basilica, seeking courage. Tradition holds that Leo had a vision there, hearing the words, "Peace be with you, I am with you," as if spoken by Peter or an angel. Empowered by this reassurance, Leo arose determined to act. If Attila was indeed a scourge sent as punishment, then Leo would be the intercessor pleading for mercy on Rome's behalf, a new Moses before the Pharaoh, or a David against Goliath armed only with faith. By the spring of 452, Attila's forces had stormed into northern Italy, and panic gripped the land. Emperor Valentinian remained safely behind Ravenna's walls, and General Aetius, lacking an army strong enough after the Gaulish campaign, could do little. It was in this vacuum of secular leadership that Leo's moment arrived. The Pope gathered a small delegation to accompany him, among them the former consul Gennadius Avienus and the ex-prefect Memmius Trigetius, distinguished Romans who lent political weight to the embassy. But there was no question who led it. Dressed not in armour, but in simple clerical robes, Leo set out northward, determined to confront the unconfrontable. As he left the gates of Rome, citizens wept and cheered him in equal measure, praying for his success, fearing for his safety. Behind him trailed an austere retinue of priests and deacons carrying holy relics and perhaps gifts for the Hun king. It was an unprecedented sight, the vicar of Christ riding forth to meet the terror of the world. The sun-baked Italian roads ahead were uncertain, but Leo's purpose was clear. In his heart burned both the courage of a lion and the compassion of a shepherd. Whatever happened on this journey, Rome's fate and Leo's legacy would forever be intertwined on that fateful day when faith stood face to face with fury. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolising a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolizing a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realized that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually, after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. In the sultry August of 452, northern Italy lay crushed under the Huns' heel. The Huns trampled fields, left villages empty, and filled the air with thick smoke from burnt towns. Down the ancient Via Aemilia, a strange procession made its way against this tide of destruction. Pope Leo I, mounted perhaps on a sturdy mule or horse, led a small band of envoys and clergy steadily northward. Each mile brought new evidence of Attila's wrath. Charred farmsteads, refugees huddled by the roadside, and tales of unspeakable carnage. Leo's heart must have been heavy, yet he pressed on, radiating a calm conviction that bewildered those who met him. There are accounts of peasants kneeling as he passed, as if sensing that this man carried the last hope of Rome on his shoulders. Clad in the simple white garments of a bishop, Leo cut an incongruous figure on a battlefield. But to the desperate Italians, the sight of the unarmed pope heading toward the invader inspired a flicker of faith. If anyone could appeal to Attila's mercy, perhaps it was this saintly man. Meanwhile, Attila had pitched camp near the Mincio River, not far from where it flows into the Great Po. The summer heat and disease in his ranks urged him to conclude business quickly. Rome beckoned just over the horizon. Attila sent scouts ahead toward the capital, who returned with curious news. The city's gates were still shut, no army in sight. Instead, a delegation of high-ranking Romans was coming to parley. Attila agreed to receive them. Perhaps he believed that a quick negotiation could secure both a hefty ransom and Honoria's hand, which would allow him to claim victory without further bloodshed. Or perhaps he relished making Rome prostrate itself. Either way, a meeting was arranged on the open plain. Attila ordered his war tent prepared with appropriate pomp. The Hun camp bustled, banners emblazoned with dragon motifs fluttered, horses neighed, and rings of leather tents stretched to the horizon. Battle-scarred warriors, curious about the Roman Pope, gathered at a respectful distance when the envoys arrived. They came in state. Leo, flanked by the ex-consul Avienus, and ex-prefect Tragetius, and attended by a train of priests bearing processional crosses and icons. To Attila's warriors, the scene was a novel sight. Romans without weapons, carrying only strange symbols and moving with solemn purpose. Under the bright sky, Pope Leo and Attila the Hun finally came face to face. The moment was historic. The soft-spoken Holy Father and the scourge of nations. Despite being in his early 60s, Leo stood with dignified bearing. Attila, a middle-aged man of middling height with a man with a broad chest and weathered face, regarded the Pope intently. Attila was known for his habit of rolling his fierce eyes to intimidate those in front of him. One might imagine he attempted the same on Leo, yet Leo did not flinch. Clad in simple robes, the Pope met the barbarian's gaze with steady, compassionate eyes. An observer described Leo at that encounter as fearless, as one who trusts not in himself but in God. Attila, who had terrorized tens of thousands, now encountered a man who showed no fear. The conversation that unfolded has been lost to time. No transcript exists, but through various accounts and a dose of imagination, we can reconstruct its tenor. First, the Roman envoys likely offered formal salutations. Avienus, experienced in diplomacy, probably spoke, "Attila, most noble leader of the Huns, we come on behalf of the Senate and people of Rome." They might have offered gifts, chests of gold or jewelled goblets, tokens of Rome's esteem or desperation. Attila listened impatiently. Then Pope Leo addressed the warlord. Unlike the perfumed senators of the East who had grovelled before Attila in past embassies, Leo's voice was neither sycophantic nor cowering. He spoke plainly, demonstrating both grave respect and authority. Through an interpreter, for Attila, who understood Latin only a little, Leo appealed to humanity in the Hun. He acknowledged Attila's victories. "You have been the instrument of divine justice, punishing the sins of the land." Such words, crediting God for Attila's success, may have intrigued the superstitious king. Leo continued, perhaps urging Attila to show mercy now that his mission of chastisement was fulfilled. He might have invoked the fate of conquerors who failed to temper justice with mercy. Certainly Leo reminded Attila of the transience of mortal life. One chronicler imagined Leo saying, "We are all mortals, O king, sooner or later we return to dust. Seek not the further spilling of innocents' blood, but earn everlasting glory by sparing Rome." Attila responded brusquely. One can picture his scowling visage as he listed his demands. Through the interpreter, he likely thundered that Honoria, the imperial princess who had appealed to him, be handed over at once with her rightful inheritance, the dowry he claimed. He may have also demanded an annual tribute of gold from Rome to replace what the Eastern Empire had stopped paying. Attila was a man used to dictating terms, yet even as he spoke, something gnawed at him. Here was this unarmed priest calmly rebutting the scourge of God. Leo answered Attila's demands firmly. The emperor could not yield his sister as a bride, for that matter was already settled. Honoria had been punished for her rash offer. As for tribute, Leo likely pleaded that Italy was spent and ravaged. There was little left to give. Perhaps he offered what he could from the church's treasury, emphasizing that further devastation would only bring diminishing returns. A starved, plague-ridden land would profit no conqueror. As the negotiations seesawed, Attila's temper might have flared, but each time Leo responded with steady reasoning and moral exhortation. He reminded Attila of Alaric's fate. The Goth had died soon after taking Rome. Was it truly wise to risk the same anger of heaven? Attila's pagan priests in his retinue exchanged nervous glances. They too had heard the stories. The Hunnic king, despite his bravado, felt a chill. At that very moment, according to the later legend, a miraculous vision sealed the outcome. Attila suddenly fell silent, eyes widening at a point above Leo's head. To his astonishment, he beheld what seemed to be two towering figures in the air, saintly men clad in armour, one carrying a sword that blazed in the sunlight. These spectral warriors, who were visible only to Attila, glared at him as if to say, "Do not touch this man or this city." Paul the Deacon, a writer from centuries later, would identify the warriors as the apostles Peter and Paul who had come from heaven to protect Rome. Attila, who believed in omens, felt a stab of fear. Was this a divine warning? Whether one credits the miracle or not, something stirred in Attila. He, who had never lost a negotiated advantage, suddenly softened. The fierce light in his eyes dimmed. Attila, the untamable, gazed at Pope Leo's peaceful face and found no enemy there, only a beseeching father figure. In that instant, the dynamics shifted. Attila raised a hand, signalling an end to the debate. He announced his decision. The Huns would withdraw, he would spare Rome. The Roman envoys must have suppressed a deep sense of relief upon hearing those words. Terms were likely agreed upon, perhaps a one-time payment of gold, certainly a promise that Honoria's issue would be dropped. Attila made a final pronouncement, half warning, half concession. "Tell your emperor this. This peace is not permanent. If Rome wishes to remain safe, let it remember to give Attila what is Attila's." It was merely a show of strength to maintain the status quo. Leo inclined his head, accepting the conditions, whatever they were, and offered a blessing. The meeting was over. Attila had yielded, against all expectation. The Pope and his party turned back toward Rome, carrying the almost unbelievable news. Behind them, Attila retired to his camp, pensive. The sun was dipping low as the two groups parted ways. Roman chroniclers later rejoiced that no sword was drawn that day, no blood spilled. A battle had been won by words and faith alone. Attila's chieftains were astonished. Some protested, "Shall the mighty Attila be turned back by a preacher's tongue?" But others, those who knew of the worsening supplies and the whispers of plague, were secretly glad. They feared a doomed assault on Rome as much as any Roman did. In the privacy of his tent that night, Attila brooded. Perhaps he felt an unaccustomed twinge of admiration for Leo, or perhaps simply relief that he could retreat without testing Rome's cursed fate. Either way, the decision was made. By dawn, the Hunnic banners were pointed north. The scourge of God began his march out of Italy. Pope Leo I had achieved an unimaginable feat. He gazed into the eyes of the most feared man on earth, causing him to blink. Rome was saved, at least for that season. Raphael's famed fresco in the Vatican, painted over 1,000 years later, dramatizes the legend. Pope Leo, depicted serenely on horseback, raises a hand toward Attila, while above the Pope, two warrior saints brandish swords in the sky. This artistic fantasy captures the essence of how contemporaries and posterity viewed the encounter in 452, a turning point where the tide of destruction miraculously halted at the gates of Rome. Leo saved Rome on that fateful day near Mantua, not through the use of force, but through the strength of his character and faith. The aftermath of the meeting was immediate and profound. As word spread that Attila had turned back, a wave of incredulous joy swept through Italy. In Rome, anxious citizens waiting for news could scarcely believe it. The city and their lives had been spared. Many attributed it entirely to divine intervention thanks to Leo's sanctity. The Pope's status reached unprecedented heights. Rome welcomed him back as Pater Patriae, the father of the fatherland, a title no humble churchman had ever held. The relieved Romans truly deserved to call Leo Magnus the Great. Historians through the ages have debated why Attila withdrew. Some near-contemporary observers, like the chronicler Prosper of Aquitaine, insisted that it was Leo's personal impact on Attila that made the difference, that the Hun was so impressed by the holy man's courage and eloquence that he simply gave up his designs. Another source, the historian Priscus, who knew Attila's court firsthand, offered a more pragmatic rationale. Attila's men were growing afraid. They recalled how Alaric had died after sacking Rome, and they urged Attila not to invite a similar curse. Modern scholars point to logistics and disease. Indeed, a later chronicle suggests that at that very time, plague was ravaging Attila's army, and supplies were running perilously low, while the Eastern Emperor Marcian had dispatched troops to harry Attila's homeland. Surrounded by ill omens, sickness in camp, hostile forces gathering elsewhere, and the psychological weight of Rome's spiritual clout, Attila likely calculated that discretion outweighed valour. Whatever mix of motives one assigns, the result is indisputable. Attila suddenly retreated, and he never returned. The scourge of God had scourged enough. Leo's triumph, however, was not a permanent deliverance. He knew as much. According to ancient accounts, Attila sent a message upon his departure, threatening to return unless Honoria handed over her inheritance. Attila made this gesture to save face, but in reality he had lost his chance. The following year, in 453, Attila the Hun tragically passed away on the eve of his latest wedding feast. The legendary conqueror succumbed not on the battlefield but in his marital bed, reportedly bursting a blood vessel and choking on his blood after heavy drinking. His bride Ildiko awoke to a corpse. The superstitious saw divine justice in this inglorious end. With Attila's death, the unity of the Hunnic Empire perished. His sons quarrelled and, within a decade, the Huns ceased to be a major threat. Rome had survived Attila, however the lifespan of the Western Roman Empire was short. In 455, just 3 years after Leo's encounter with Attila, Rome faced another deadly menace. Genseric, king of the Vandals, sailed his fleets from North Africa and landed at Ostia. This time there was no massive barbarian host at the gates, but a naval invasion. Emperor Valentinian III had been assassinated. Political chaos reigned. Once again, Leo filled the void. Unarmed and accompanied by his clergy, he went out to meet Genseric, employing the same courage and moral plea he had with Attila. The Vandal was a different man, however, and negotiations yielded only a partial success. Genseric agreed not to burn the city or massacre its inhabitants, but he would plunder, and plunder he did. For 2 weeks in June 455, the Vandals methodically looted Rome. The treasures of ages, the temple of Jupiter's gilded roof and the spoils Titus had taken from Jerusalem, were carted off to Vandal Africa. Leo could not prevent this humiliation. Nonetheless, even Genseric's begrudging restraint was attributed to Leo's influence. The Pope's entreaties at least spared Rome the flames. The massive basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul, where terrified citizens had flocked for sanctuary, were left intact by Vandal hands. This mitigation counted as another testimony to Leo's clout. Once more, the secular authorities had utterly failed, and once more it was Leo, and Leo alone, who stood as Rome's protector. Pope Leo I lived on for a few more years after these tumultuous events, dying in 461. He was buried as a hero in Rome, his tomb adorned with the inscription Defender of the City. His legacy only grew with time. In ecclesiastical history, Leo is remembered for his theological contributions, the Tome of Leo and the strengthening of papal primacy. But in popular memory, it was the day he saved Rome that truly made him a legend. Over the centuries, the story of Leo and Attila acquired an almost mythical aura. Medieval writers embroidered it freely. The apparition of Saints Peter and Paul threatening Attila, hinted at in Paul the Deacon's 8th century account, became a staple of the tale. Artists immortalised the scene. Apart from Raphael's Renaissance fresco, earlier the Baroque sculptor Algardi carved a grand relief in St. Peter's itself, showing Leo backed by heavenly figures driving away the Hun. Such images reinforced the narrative that Rome was saved not by human might but by divine intervention, channeled through Leo the Great. Yet for all the embellishment, the core truth endures and rings down the ages. In a moment of existential peril, when the material defences of an ancient civilization had failed, one man's moral courage prevailed. Leo's encounter with Attila stands as a testament to the power of persuasion over the sword and of faith over fear. It highlights the shifting world of the 5th century. As the Western Empire crumbled, the spiritual authority of the Church was rising to fill the void. Leo's success with Attila wasn't just a lucky diplomatic coup, it was a sign of the new epoch dawning. In the centuries that followed the fall of Rome, the last emperor would be deposed in 476, just 24 years after Leo's stand. The bishops of Rome, now firmly called popes, would increasingly assume roles of civic leadership, protectors, and power brokers in the remnants of empire. Leo had set the example. He showed that a pope could marshal not armies, but something perhaps equally compelling: moral suasion, unity, and hope in the face of despair. In separating myth from reality, modern historians acknowledge the practical factors that led to Attila's retreat: hunger, disease, and strategic considerations, but they also acknowledge that Leo's diplomatic mission was crucial. Without it, Attila might have lingered long enough to sack Rome before those factors fully unravelled his campaign. Leo gave Attila a face-saving exit and a spiritual scare to boot. That was enough. In the summer of 422, an unlikely saviour in a plain cassock saved the Eternal City from annihilation. For the generation that witnessed it, there could be no doubt. Pope Leo I had saved Rome. It was a bright spot in an age of collapse, a story retold with gratitude and awe. To this day, when one stands in St. Peter's and looks up at the marble relief of Leo driving away Attila, one is reminded of the power of courage and faith to alter the course of history. In Leo's voice lay the echo of an empire's spirit, and the promise that even in history's darkest chapters, a single steadfast soul can shine brightly enough to turn back the tide of destruction, if only for a moment. And occasionally, that moment is all that civilization needs to survive. The sun set on the Western Roman Empire not with a single cataclysm, but through decades of slow decay. Pope Leo I, however, had already sealed his place in the annals of survival, diplomacy and faith. As Rome's political fabric crumbled, Leo's influence continued to expand. Even in death in 461, his legacy was carried on by popes who modelled themselves not just after St. Peter, but after Leo's blend of spiritual fervour and diplomatic steel. His tomb in the old St. Peter's Basilica became a shrine not only of theological memory, but of civic pride, a place Romans could point to and say, "This man stood when others fled." The 5th century saw chaos, fragmentation and loss. Italy became a patchwork of Gothic rulers, Gaul drifted toward Frankish hands, and Africa became a Vandal kingdom. Yet the institutional church remained remarkably cohesive. This was, in part, Leo's doing. His letters had established a papal administrative style that reached bishops far beyond the crumbling empire's borders. His tome had crystallized Christology for centuries to come. His sermons, preserved, copied and studied, continued to nourish Christian identity in a post-imperial world. Yet the story of Leo's meeting with Attila continued to evolve, not just in church memory but in public imagination. The miracle, whether historically accurate or not, resonated deeply. In a world of collapsing order, the myth of a shepherd confronting the wolf and turning him away felt truer than any dusty chronicle. Artists, poets, theologians, and even emperors clung to this narrative. Leo's courage became archetypal, echoed in later eras when popes would stand up to kings, emperors, or even fascist regimes. Meanwhile, Attila's name lived on in darker legend. Although Attila died in 453 AD under anticlimactic circumstances, drunk and bleeding on his wedding night, his empire soon dissolved afterward. His sons quarrelled over the remnants, the cohesion of the Hunnic tribes vanished. By the end of the 5th century, the Huns were no longer a power, not even a memory in the lands they once terrorized. In some parts of Europe, parents no longer warned children about the Huns. The threat had passed, yet Leo's voice still echoed from pulpits. Over time, Rome transitioned from the capital of a political empire to the symbolic heart of Christendom. This transformation was neither inevitable nor easy. It took figures like Leo, resolute, theologically sharp and diplomatically fearless, to steer the city from imperial ruin toward ecclesiastical prominence. One could argue that the Papal States, medieval Christendom, and even the Vatican City of today trace a straight line from Leo's model of papal leadership. He proved the Church could not only survive political collapse, it could redefine power entirely. The sculpture in St. Peter's Basilica by Alessandro Algardi, completed in the 17th century, immortalizes the scene with drama. Leo raises his hand, angelic warriors bear down from the heavens upon Attila, frozen in awe. It is theatrical, yes, but theatre with purpose. It reminds viewers that history is made not only through armies and battles, but through moments of extraordinary moral courage. That was Leo's gift to his age and ours, a vision of spiritual authority that was not passive, not withdrawn, but deeply engaged in the mess of human affairs. In the end, the day Leo saved Rome was not about political negotiation alone. It was a cultural pivot point. He demonstrated that faith could influence diplomacy, that courage didn't necessitate a sword, and that at times, defending civilization could be achieved by a single man with unwavering conviction, bravely stepping into the depths of darkness. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the Earth was the centre of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a watermill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful, it was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced skywatchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets, and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet. Not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky. And meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant. But the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognise as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, "Something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our Sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighbourhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetar, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetars are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics, when huge stars collapse into black holes or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky, and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation, or just normal changes in farming, but the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times, even though no one could say for sure what was going on. Strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions, or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important, but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science, because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realize that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see, but the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. You lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time. Even if they didn't know exactly what it was, people might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns, that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organised supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest, and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean, and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened, letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma-ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies, if one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike. It would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells. Like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself, this invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries, and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the centre of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the centre and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth. Even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong, the idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are, and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wood and ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighborhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we are still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instinct. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marveled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1,200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space, but they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century, who use particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better, and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighborhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record-keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now, but we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record-keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery. Consider organising a 2,000-mile, 6-month camping trip where you would need to pack everything you would need to start over at the end. Now picture doing this in 1843, when the only content available on the internet was what your neighbour might have heard from someone whose cousin travelled west the previous year. Families preparing to hike the Oregon Trail had to deal with this reality, and their planning process involved a combination of science, speculation, and blind faith. The average pioneer family spent months preparing for their westward journey, which included the logistical challenges of cross-country relocation, along with the stress of wedding planning. Fathers would write lists and do calculations by candlelight on winter evenings, with the same intense focus as someone planning the longest camping trip in history. Knowing that they might not find what they had forgotten until they arrived in Oregon, mothers would make a list of everything they owned, including extra buttons, cooking pots, and fabric. Choosing a wagon was the first big decision that would affect how comfortable you were for the next 6 months of your life. The majority of families chose what was known as a prairie schooner, basically a big wooden box that was 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, on wheels, and covered in canvas. Imagine it like a mobile closet where you would also sleep, cook, and call home for 6 months. Tightly stretched over wooden hoops, the canvas top formed a comfortable tunnel that would resemble your childhood bedroom. It was like solving the most significant 3-dimensional puzzle in the world when loading the wagon. Families created packing techniques that would impress contemporary efficiency experts, because every square inch counted. Bags of flour, barrels of salt pork, and spare wagon parts were placed on the bottom because they were heavier. Spaces between and along the sides were occupied by bedding, clothing, and priceless family belongings. Creating a rolling household that could continue to run even if you were unable to unpack every night was the aim. The quartermaster's mathematical prowess and the foresight of someone who knew that buffalo meat wasn't always going to be available at the neighbourhood grocery store were needed for food planning. Along with bacon, beans, coffee, sugar, and salt, families usually packed 200 pounds of flour per person. These were not gourmet ingredients, but they were foods that could be cooked over an open fire with little cooking equipment and would not go bad during months of travel. Women had a particularly difficult time choosing what to wear because they had to strike a balance between 1840s social norms and practicality. People in Oregon would judge you before you had even found a place to live, so you couldn't exactly show up there in ripped and filthy clothes. Women therefore planned to wear their most expensive clothing on the actual journey while packing their best dresses at the bottom of trunks. Many developed the ability to wear skirts over functional bloomers to create respectable-looking ensembles that accommodated the physical demands of trail life. Parents had to think of themselves as both providers and entertainers for a 6-month journey, without playgrounds, rest stops, or toy stores, and their children's needs needed special attention. Books were heavy but necessary for both evening entertainment and education, making them valuable cargo. On tough days, simple toys like cloth dolls or carved wooden figures offered solace. During months of travel and outdoor living, parents frequently packed extra fabric, not only for repairs but also because they knew that by the end of the journey, their children would need new clothes because they had outgrown their starting sizes. Another important factor was medical supplies, and families put together what amounted to a travelling pharmacy, using whatever medical knowledge they could find and folk wisdom. Knowing that everyone would be impacted by the change in water and diet, they packed herbs for digestive issues. On a path hundreds of miles from the closest physician, bandages, laudanum for pain relief, and various tonics occupied valuable trunk space, signifying the difference between minor setbacks and possible disasters. The most difficult aspect of preparation was probably the emotional preparation. Families were leaving behind whole networks of connections, support systems, and accustomed lifestyles in addition to specific locations. They would bring family Bibles that functioned as both spiritual consolation and family history books, letters from loved ones, and small mementos from home churches. Although these objects were heavy and took up valuable space, they gave people who were going into an unknown future psychological stability. Families would get together for church services, farewell visits, and last communal meals as departure time drew near. These gatherings had the bittersweet feel of occasions that everyone knew might be final farewells. In addition to offering last-minute tips and forgotten supplies, neighbours would also pledge to write letters that they all hoped would somehow make it to Oregon territory. As families left, friends and family wondered if they would ever cross paths again, causing entire communities' social fabric to be rewoven. Most families had what we might now identify as a mix of pre-exam anxiety and Christmas Eve excitement the night before departure. For the final time, children would lie in their comfortable beds while their parents made last-minute preparations downstairs. While attempting to commit details of homes they might never see again to memory, adults would stroll through empty rooms, making sure nothing important had been overlooked. Any sleeping arrangements they could make in and around their wagon would take the place of their actual beds tomorrow. Their accustomed kitchens would be converted into Dutch ovens and campfires. Any group of families that happened to be on their wagon train would become their neighbourhood. Everything that was familiar and comfortable was about to change into an adventure that would put all of their preparations to the test. Imagine being gently roused by the sounds of someone rekindling a campfire and the soft rustle of canvas as your neighbours start their day, rather than an alarm clock. On an Oregon Trail morning, your kitchen was any level area you could clear around a fire pit, your bathroom was wherever you could find privacy, and your bedroom was a wagon. At 4:30 a.m, when the air was cool and the oxen were resting from their night of grazing nearby, the usual trail day started before sunrise. Families had discovered the importance of starting early, not only to get as much distance as possible before the midday heat, but also because people and animals had the most energy in the morning for the challenges of the day. The first thing you would notice when you woke up would be the strange rigidity that results from sleeping on the ground, which never felt like a proper mattress no matter how hard you tried. Families soon discovered how to distinguish the subtle differences between different types of prairie ground, such as which places offered the best balance of support and softness, which areas drained well after rain, and which areas provided wind protection without retaining morning moisture. The rhythm of the morning ritual would grow as ingrained as breathing. The other parent would check on the animals, making sure the horses, mules or oxen had not wandered far during their night of grazing, while the other parent rekindled the cooking fire from carefully preserved coals. When they were old enough to assist, children would be given jobs like collecting buffalo chips for fuel, which may seem like a bad job until you realise that these dried droppings burned cleanly and were frequently the only fuel available on plains without trees. The meal was typically straightforward but comforting, and breakfast preparation started while the stars were still visible. In addition to its caffeine content, coffee was necessary because the morning ritual offered psychological solace and a sense of normalcy in an otherwise utterly bizarre way of life. In battered tin pots, the coffee was brewed over fires that seemed to have their own personalities and moods, and was frequently strong enough to dissolve horseshoes. Since they could be made quickly with basic ingredients and cooked on flat stones or iron griddles heated over the fire, pancakes were a popular breakfast option. The batter could consist of whatever was on hand, sometimes just flour and water, sometimes enhanced with eggs if the family's chickens were still laying, and sometimes sweetened with molasses or precious sugar for special occasions or when spirits needed to be raised. Families would start the difficult process of breaking camp while breakfast was being prepared, and this daily ritual evolved into a meticulously planned dance of efficiency. To keep the bedding dry and usable for the following night, it had to be folded, aired and packed. Since soap was too valuable to be wasted on daily dishwashing, cooking utensils needed to be cleaned frequently with sand and hot water. More thorough bathing was a luxury save for Sunday rest days or river crossings due to privacy and water availability, so personal washing occurred quickly, and usually involved only washing hands and faces. At the latest, the wagon train would start to move by 7 a.m, and the speed of the journey established its own daily cadence. People frequently chose to walk beside their wagons rather than ride inside them, because oxen could travel up to 2 miles per hour on good days. In reality, walking was better for a number of reasons. It spared the animals from the startling, bone-shaking experience of riding in a wagon without suspension. It allowed them to get food and fuel, or it was just a chance to stretch legs that had been crammed into makeshift sleeping quarters during the night. By developing games that could be played while keeping the steady pace required to cover 15 to 20 miles each day, children discovered ways to make the daily walk into entertainment. They could compete to find wildlife, gather unique rocks, or practice skills their mothers taught them, like identifying edible plants. As they travelled the miles required to get to Oregon before winter, parents used the daily walk as an unofficial school period to teach their kids geography, natural history and practical skills. Known as nooning, the midday halt gave both humans and animals the much-needed respite they needed during the hottest part of the day. In order to give animals the opportunity to graze and rest in any available shade, families would unhitch their teams. This 2 to 3 hour break developed into a crucial social moment during which families could exchange supplies, discuss news, or just have pleasant chats with people outside of their immediate family. Women frequently used nooning to complete tasks that were challenging to complete while travelling, such as mending clothing, journaling, or cooking, which required more focus than walking could provide. While the wagon train was in motion, kids might play games that weren't useful or take naps in whatever shade was available. Usually men used this time to inspect machinery, fix problems, or talk with the wagon train captain about the next course. The afternoon commute was frequently more difficult than the morning one. Everybody was starting to feel the cumulative weariness of weeks on the trail. The heat made walking more challenging, and the dust kicked up by dozens of wagons created its own weather system. Because decision-making was more difficult when everyone was exhausted, hot, and possibly irritable, this was the time when families truly valued the structure and routines they had established. The complicated process of setting up camp came in the evening, and families devised systems that struck a balance between comfort and efficiency. The best campsites provided natural windbreaks, drainage to avoid issues in the event of nighttime rain, and access to water, fire fuel, and animal grazing. With months of practice, seasoned travellers could quickly assess water quality, weather security, and neighbour proximity while evaluating possible campsites with the help of professional scouts. The atmosphere of the wagon train would change as the sun sank, from the concentrated efficiency of travel to the more laid-back rhythms of camp life in the evening. Fires would start to appear all over the camp, cooking smoke would produce its own fragrant atmosphere, and the sounds of plodding oxen and creaking wagon wheels would give way to conversations, children playing, and the evening chores that got families ready for another night under the stars. This daily routine, which was repeated for months, strengthened family ties and produced skills that turned common people into masters of animal husbandry, outdoor living, and building homes wherever their wagons halted for the night. Imagine attempting to manage a restaurant with a fire pit in the kitchen, whatever fits in a wooden box for the pantry, and wherever you can find level ground that isn't too muddy or dusty for the dining area. Feeding families on the Oregon Trail was a daily reality, where mothers developed into skilled outdoor cooks, and everyone discovered that using limited ingredients creatively made the difference between meals that lifted people's spirits and meals that served a functional purpose. Modern backpacking enthusiasts would be impressed by the camp kitchen, which was a masterwork of portability and efficiency. Everything had to be multifunctional and compact. A cast-iron Dutch oven was used as a general cooking pot, roasting pan, and bread baker. Tin plates served as serving platters and cutting boards. In addition to making coffee and tea, coffee pots were occasionally used to cook vegetables while other pots were in use. When cooking called for additional containers, even the wooden water buckets were converted into mixing bowls. Families spent weeks honing their craft of setting up the evening cooking area. No one wanted their sleeping space to smell like a barbecue pit all night, so the fire had to be oriented to benefit from the prevailing winds, for both heat distribution and smoke direction. Flat stones were used as serving areas and countertops, and rocks were arranged to form pot supports and windscreens. As a result, an outdoor kitchen was created that could use the most basic ingredients to create surprisingly complex meals. Modern bakers would find the skills needed to make bread on the trail both familiar and difficult. Like priceless heirlooms, sourdough starters were maintained with care and passed down through the generations, because a healthy starter meant fresh bread all the way, while a dead starter meant months of hardship and disappointment. The starter lived in jars or crocks that travelled in wagons, with the same attention to detail typically reserved for fragile china. Timing, temperature and technique had to be precisely synchronised when baking bread in a Dutch oven, which was similar to conducting a small orchestra. The heavy iron pot was covered with coals, which created an oven effect that could result in surprisingly light, crusty loaves. In order to develop an intuitive sense of temperature that would be useful in kitchens they would construct in Oregon, seasoned trail bakers would hold their hands close to the coals and count slowly. Along the trail, there were special opportunities and challenges related to meat preparation and preservation. Families had to swiftly transform vast quantities of fresh meat into forms that would keep without refrigeration after hunting was successful. When they were available, buffalo provided roasts, steaks, and jerky raw materials that could be used for weeks to augment stored supplies. The wagon train spontaneously celebrated the sharing of fresh meat, because butchering large animals was a communal activity. The daily ritual of preparing beans demanded patience and forethought, which contemporary cooks may find hard to understand. Pots that travelled with the wagons were used to soak the dried beans overnight and then cook them slowly throughout the day. The beans would be flavourful and soft by the afternoon, ready to be mixed with wild onions, salt pork, or whatever vegetables could be picked from the trail. A successful pot of beans could provide a family with food for days and give them the comfort and protein they needed to get through challenging parts of the journey. Collecting wild food turned into a daily routine that complemented provisions that were kept in storage and added much-needed diversity to diets that could get boring after weeks of the same staples. Youngsters were able to recognise wild onions, which gave flavour to bland food and contained vital nutrients that helped ward off scurvy. When wild berries were discovered, they were treated like priceless jewels and either preserved for special occasions or consumed fresh as treats. Even plants that are now regarded as weeds, like dandelion greens, were welcomed additions to meals that mostly consisted of bread, bacon and beans, in part because good coffee was vital to morale, and in part because the ritual of making coffee offered a reassuring routine. In otherwise unpredictable days, coffee preparation was elevated to an art form on the trail. Families came to favour various brewing, grinding and roasting methods. While some learned to stretch limited resources by combining coffee with chicory or other flavouring additives that added flavour without using up their supplies, others preferred coffee that was strong enough to float horseshoes. The social hub of camp life was the evening meal, when families could unwind after a long day of travel and concentrate on savouring food and conversing. Tables could be made out of anything flat, such as blankets spread out on the ground, boards balanced on rocks, or wagon tailgates. Families upheld meal customs and table manners despite the primitive surroundings, which helped to maintain a sense of normalcy and civilization in an otherwise chaotic setting. The trail's food experiences for kids were instructive and constricting. They developed taste for wild foods that most modern children never experience, learned to appreciate simple foods prepared well, and realized how much effort goes into each meal. Not because trail food was especially tasty, but rather because it was connected to adventure, family time around campfires, and the satisfaction of meals that were genuinely earned through the day's work. Many kids later recalled it with surprisingly positive feelings. Wagon food storage required ongoing care to avoid pest damage, deterioration, and contamination from moisture and dust. Barrels of flour were sealed and periodically inspected for moisture damage or weevil activity. The brine used to store salt pork needed to be periodically refilled. Containers used for the storage of dried goods were designed to keep their contents dry and usable for everyday use, while withstanding the frequent jarring of wagon travel. After dinner, there was a community clean-up that bonded families and got everyone ready for the challenges of the following day. When soap was too valuable to spare, sand was used as an abrasive in hot water heated over the campfire to wash dishes. Cooking tools were washed, dried and packed to prevent damage during the night and to ensure they were available for meal preparation in the morning. The cosy sounds and scents of dozens of small communities celebrating the tranquil conclusion of another day on the trail would permeate the camp as families gathered around their fires following evening meals. Despite the challenges and uncertainty of the journey, the atmosphere created by the smell of coffee, wood smoke, and cooking food offered moments of true contentment and family closeness that many people later recalled as some of the happiest times of their lives. Imagine yourself lying on your back and gazing up at more stars than you have ever seen in your life. There are no streetlights or city lights, just a huge dome of sparkling points of light that makes you feel both incredibly small and incredibly connected to something vast and eternal. On the Oregon Trail, families learned to find rest and comfort during this time of night, in circumstances that would be difficult for even seasoned campers today. One of the biggest changes that families had to make was the gradual shift from house sleeping to wagon sleeping, which occurred as they established routines and systems that made their mobile homes into passably comfortable places to sleep. The interior of a covered wagon was about the size of a contemporary walk-in closet, but it had to provide a family with a bedroom, storage, and shelter during months of travel and in all types of weather. Most people didn't realize they had the engineering skills necessary to create sleeping arrangements. If there were mattresses at all, they were typically made of feather ticks or straw, which could be replaced with new materials as needed. More often, families made sleeping surfaces out of blankets, quilts, and whatever padding they could arrange out of soft items like clothing. The objective was to use materials that could be readily packed and rearranged every day to provide enough cushioning to make sleeping on hard wagon floors bearable. Children's sleeping arrangements frequently required the most ingenuity, because their developing bodies required more rest than adults. But small spaces could not accommodate everyone lying flat at once. Families established arrangements in which, in favourable weather, children slept in hammocks hung from the wagon bows, or in which younger children slept crosswise at the wagon's foot while parents slept lengthwise. To make the most of the vertical space within the wagon cover, some families constructed sleeping shelves. Families' nightly sleeping arrangements were greatly influenced by the weather. Many people preferred to sleep outside under the stars when the weather was nice, taking advantage of the space and fresh air that came with sleeping outside while also using the wagon for storage and weather protection. Around the dying campfire, families would set up their bedrolls so that they were close enough to enjoy the last of the warmth, but far enough away to keep smoke and sparks out. Along the trail, the bedtime ritual developed into a treasured family custom that offered security and solace in a setting that was otherwise undergoing constant change. They would gather the children from their evening play, wash their hands and faces with precious water, and say prayers, which frequently included asking for protection for the night ahead and expressing gratitude for the day's safe travel. While adjusting to the particulars of trail life, these routines helped families stay connected to their home traditions. Families used innovative combinations of canvas screens, well-placed wagons, and unwritten agreements about respecting one another's needs for personal space to deal with the ongoing problem of privacy. Bathing, changing clothes, and other personal tasks required preparation and collaboration, which strained everyone's patience and flexibility, while strengthening family ties. There was a certain atmosphere created by the sounds of a wagon train going to sleep. The night would be filled with the sounds of settling animals, distant coyote calls, and the soft creaking of wagon covers in evening breezes as fires subsided and conversations cooled. These sounds, which at first frightened those used to sleeping indoors, eventually grew reassuring and recognizable, a nighttime symphony that symbolized security, camaraderie, and the prospect of another day's advancement toward Oregon. In order to regulate the temperature in the sleeping quarters of wagons, layering techniques that would appeal to contemporary outdoor enthusiasts were necessary. Families discovered how to modify their sleeping plans according to the weather, putting on or taking off layers of clothing and blankets to stay warm during nights that could start out warm, and end in frost or start out warm, and turn into storms that put the waterproofing of wagon covers to the test. For wagon sleepers, rain posed unique difficulties because, although the canvas covers were reasonably waterproof when they were first installed, weeks of exposure to the sun, wind and weather caused leaks and weak spots to form. Families discovered how to determine which parts of their wagon covers were most prone to leak, arranging sleeping quarters to prevent drips while maintaining the dryness of necessary items. In order to divert water away from sleeping areas during storms, some families created complex systems of internal tarps and channels. Trail sleeping's psychological components were just as crucial as its logistical components. Those who had always slept in permanent buildings had to get used to the constant movement, the strange noises, and the realization that they were only a thin canvas away from the wild. While adults occasionally found it difficult to cope with the vulnerability and exposure that came with sleeping outside, children frequently found this to be exciting rather than frightening. Around 4:30 a.m., the camp began to come alive, and the trail gradually began to wake up. Usually the first sounds were the soft movements of early risers checking on livestock and someone rekindling cooking fires. Because the day's journey would soon begin and everyone needed to be prepared to break camp and depart with the wagon train, families learned to wake up quietly and effectively. Every morning, regardless of the weather or time constraints, bedding had to be aired, dried and repacked. This daily practice became as important as feeding the animals or making breakfast because damp bedding could result in mold, sickness and sleepless nights. Families devised effective bedding handling procedures that saved time and guaranteed that everything would be cozy and dry for the following night's sleep. Water availability and privacy concerns limited personal hygiene before bed, but families stuck to whatever routines they could. Washing one's face and hands was commonplace when water was available, and families frequently saved a little heated water from cooking in the evening for washing before bed, which was both hygienic and psychologically soothing. Nighttime security measures mirrored the realities of traversing areas where there could be threats from both people and animals. When necessary, wagon trains set up defensive circles, with guards stationed to keep an eye out for issues and livestock kept inside. Families were able to share the comforts and difficulties of trail life in small, intimate camping communities, while still having physical security thanks to these arrangements. Families were engaging in one of humanity's oldest practices, creating shelter and finding rest in makeshift locations during lengthy travels, as they formed their sleeping arrangements each night. The knowledge and memories they acquired during these late hours were incorporated into family tales that would be passed down through the generations, introducing children and grandchildren to the spirit of adventure and tenacity that drove their forefathers across the continent in pursuit of new opportunities and homes. This part of our story will make you appreciate modern conveniences like hospitals, weather forecasts, and the ability to call for help when things go wrong, so settle down a little more in your cozy bed. Families were put to the test in ways they could never have predicted back in their cozy homes along the Oregon Trail, which was more than just a picturesque route through breathtaking countryside. The most dramatic and perilous obstacles that families had to deal with were probably river crossings, which turned tranquil streams into barriers that could quickly endanger lives or destroy everything a family owned. Unlike the meandering rivers you might paddle on a weekend camping trip, the rivers that crossed the Oregon Trail were frequently swift, deep, and erratic, capable of rising overnight as a result of distant storms or seasonal snowmelt. The entire community would stop when a wagon train arrived at a significant river crossing, allowing seasoned travellers to evaluate the situation and determine the best course of action. Wagons could be used to cross some of the crossings, so careful reconnaissance was needed to identify the safest, shallowest paths across rocky or sandy bottoms. Even successful crossings frequently resulted in wagons becoming stuck, tipping, or absorbing water that could destroy months' worth of supplies, so families would take everything valuable out of their wagons and carry it across separately. Other rivers required ferrying, a process that combined the cost of paying ferry operators with the stress of entrusting your whole household to a boat or raft run by strangers whose main qualification was that they owned watercraft, rather than necessarily knowing how to use it safely. In the hopes that everyone would be safely reunited on the other side, families would watch as their valuable wagons, animals, and belongings vanished across perilous water. Even seasoned travellers were taken aback by how quickly the weather on the plains could change from pleasant to dangerous. In the open prairie, thunderstorms were not like those most families had encountered in their settled or wooded home areas. Prairie storms, which could scatter livestock, flood campsites, and turn wagon covers into ineffective umbrellas that offered little protection from horizontal rain, appeared like freight trains of rain, hail, and lightning because there were no trees or structures to break the wind, because they could quickly destroy months' worth of carefully stored food supplies and pose a risk of injury to humans and animals with ice chunks the size of chicken eggs. Hailstorms were especially destructive. Even seasoned travellers could be caught off guard by storms that formed more quickly than they could be evacuated, even though families learned to identify the warning signs of severe weather and created emergency protocols to protect themselves and their belongings. As water supplies dried up and temperatures rose above what most families had ever experienced, heat waves and droughts presented distinct but equally severe difficulties, making travel into a battle for survival. Extreme heat caused terrible suffering for oxen and other draft animals, and their suffering put families' ability to travel at risk. When it was feasible, people learned to travel at night when it was cooler, but this led to new navigational challenges and a higher chance of accidents in the dark. Since medical assistance was frequently hundreds of miles away, and folk remedies had to be used in place of professional medical care, illness on the trail was every family's worst nightmare. The most dreaded disease was cholera, which killed healthy adults within days of the onset of symptoms and spread quickly through wagon trains. In communities with doctors and adequate medical supplies, families would witness friends and neighbours pass away from illnesses that could have been prevented, from injuries from falls, animal kicks, or mishaps with cooking fires and tools to digestive issues brought on by changes in diet and water. Children were especially susceptible to the health hazards of trail life. As a result of necessity, parents learned how to treat wounds, set broken bones, and distinguish between symptoms that needed to be treated right away and those that could be handled with rest and simple cures. When replacement parts weren't available, and the closest blacksmith was weeks away, equipment failures could turn a small annoyance into a serious emergency. Common issues included broken wagon wheels, deteriorated axles, and harness failures, all of which needed inventive fixes made with whatever resources were on hand. Families learned how to fix nearly anything using rope, wire, wood scraps, and desperate ingenuity. becoming adept at makeshift repairs. Because animals were both a major financial investment and a means of transportation that many families couldn't afford to replace, the loss of livestock was especially devastating. Overwork, illness, poisonous plants, or wounds that could have been healed with the right veterinary care were the causes of oxen's deaths. Families were forced to make the difficult decisions of trying to buy replacement animals from other travellers at exorbitant prices, or leaving behind belongings to continue with smaller teams when draft animals were lost. As hunting grew less successful and stored supplies ran low, food shortages progressively emerged, forcing families to make more challenging choices regarding resource allocation and rationing. In order for adults to have the strength to handle the wagons and animals, children may go without food. Families would exchange valuables for food from other travellers or try desperately to collect wild foods that could offer vital nourishment. On a path where landmark recognition was the main means of navigation and weather, could block out familiar features for days at a time. Getting lost was a constant worry. Wagon trains that made incorrect turns could end up in places without water, enough grass for animals, or practical paths for wagons carrying a lot of cargo. Within wagon train communities, family ties and leadership structures were put to the test by the psychological strain of getting lost and the practical difficulties of figuring out the right path. Wagon train disputes led to emotional and social suffering that was frequently more difficult to handle than physical difficulties. Under the pressure of daily travel and group decision-making, personalities that appeared to get along well during the journey's planning stages may drastically diverge. Wagon trains may be divided into rival groups that offered less security and support to one another due to disagreements over leadership, resource sharing, travel speed, and route choice. Most families managed to adjust, get past and keep going in the direction of Oregon in spite of all these obstacles. When they finally arrived at their destination and faced the difficulty of starting over in uncharted territory, the survival skills and family ties they developed during their shared struggles were invaluable. Families' ability to bounce back from adversity on the trail became a part of their pioneer heritage and family identity, resulting in tales of tenacity and resourcefulness that would be passed down through generations of descendants who might never fully comprehend how their ancestors overcame such incredible obstacles with such limited resources. Think about the neighbourhoods you might encounter on your daily commute, from amiable store owners to travelling entertainers to people whose entire lifestyle was entirely different from your own. This was the social reality of the Oregon Trail, where families came across a remarkable array of individuals, cultures and circumstances that expanded their worldview beyond what could have been discovered through reading or conversation at home, because the reality was much more complicated and generally more tranquil than the dramatic tales that later gained popularity in books and films. Native American encounters were among the most important and misinterpreted aspects of trail life. Wagon trains and Native Americans interacted primarily on a commercial basis, with both parties benefiting from trading goods that each group had in excess for necessities. Informally acting as guides, Native Americans frequently provided information about water sources, safe river crossings, and the terrain ahead, which could help wagon trains avoid hazardous areas or save days of arduous travel. Usually, native peoples would trade this information for food, manufactured goods, or other commodities that they valued. Families learned about advanced cultures that had been successfully occupying and governing the Western Territories for many generations as a result of these encounters. The resulting trading partnerships were frequently cordial and advantageous to both parties. In return for coffee, sugar, or manufactured goods like fabric or metal tools, Native Americans may offer fresh meat, vegetables, or other foods. During these interactions, children from both cultures would occasionally play together, sharing games and showing interest in one another's cultures, despite communication difficulties caused by language barriers. Wagon trains were given the chance to rest, resupply, and learn about the conditions that lay ahead during fought encounters, which also offered them a fleeting return to a more civilized society. The trail was interspersed with military forts and trading posts, which made them invaluable oases where families could buy supplies they had run out of, write to family in the United States, and receive news from both sides. Families might come across Mexican traders, French fur trappers, military personnel from different ethnic backgrounds, and other travellers travelling in both directions across the continent at these forts, which were cultural and national melting pots. Families found education about the wider world at these stops to be both fascinating and occasionally overwhelming. as the diversity of people there was frequently greater than anything they had encountered back home. Families who came across mountain men and fur trappers along the trail were captivated and occasionally taken aback by the entirely different way of life they represented. These men appeared to belong more to nature than to civilized society, because they had adapted to wilderness life so thoroughly. Although they were encyclopedic in their knowledge of wilderness resources, navigation, and survival tactics, years of isolation had frequently eroded their social skills. In exchange for supplies or cash, some mountain men worked as wagon train guides, offering their invaluable knowledge of river crossings, route selection, and hazard avoidance. Their tales of explorations, discoveries, and near misses entertained campfires in the evenings, and their real-world expertise assisted families in avoiding hazards and locating resources they might have otherwise overlooked. The daily routine of travelling with their own wagon train companions was broken up by the opportunities for social interaction, supply trading, and news exchange created by other emigrant families travelling in different directions. Families travelling back east, either because they had made the decision to stop or because they had finished their journey and were going back to see family, offered important information about the travel conditions and what to anticipate when they arrived in Oregon. These interactions with returning tourists were especially crucial for families who were starting to second-guess their choice to leave the country. During challenging parts of the trip, hearing first-hand reports of Oregon's opportunities, land availability, and successful settlement helped keep spirits high. On the other hand, learning about mistakes, setbacks, or unforeseen difficulties helped families psychologically get ready for potential realities. As diverse and unforgettable as the human experiences were, the animal encounters on the Oregon Trail range from dangerous circumstances that put families' capacity to defend themselves and their livestock to the test to breathtaking wildlife viewing opportunities. Buffalo herds were one of the most amazing sights that families would ever see. Hundreds of animals stretching to the horizon, producing their own sound effects with the rumble of thousands of hooves and their own weather systems with the dust they raised. Although hunting buffalo produced enough meat to sustain a wagon train for several days, it also required skills that most emigrants had to pick up from more seasoned hunters while they were on the trail. In addition to uniting wagon train members, the communal task of butchering such massive animals taught important lessons about cooperation, resource sharing, and food preservation that would benefit families once they arrived at their destinations. Although they were less frequent than the media made them seem, predator encounters did happen, and forced families to come up with ways to keep both themselves and their livestock safe. The scent of food and the presence of domesticated animals drew wolves, mountain lions, and bears to wagon trains. Families learned to keep weapons on hand in case of emergencies, maintain sufficient fires for protection and deterrence, and set up their camps defensively. Although they occasionally made wagons and livestock dangerous, prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and other small animals entertained children. Mile-long prairie dog towns could result in places where wagon wheels or animal hooves could enter burrows and cause harm or damage to equipment. Families learned to read terrain more carefully and to foresee dangers that weren't immediately apparent as a result of these experiences. Families from the eastern regions, where hunting and habitat loss had already reduced wildlife populations, were often astounded by the species and abundance of birds along the trail. The daily entertainment and sporadic hunting opportunities offered by migratory waterfowl, birds of prey, and songbirds complemented food supplies and connected families to the continents and the season's natural rhythms. Every night, as wagons circled for safety and company, domestic animals from other wagon trains developed their own social dynamics, as dogs, cats, chickens, and other pets interacted across the makeshift communities. Dogs would form their own social groups and hierarchies, which occasionally reflected the bonds that were growing within their human families. Once they made it through the trip, cats were useful in keeping rodents out of the way of food supplies that were being stored. People who had chosen unusual life paths and were on the trail for reasons that didn't fit the usual emigration patterns were frequently the subjects of the most unexpected encounters. The trail community was enriched with diversity and stimulating discussions from missionaries who were going to start churches among Native American communities, scientists who were gathering specimens for institutions in the East, artists who were recording the Western landscape, and adventurers who were looking for experiences rather than settlement. These oddball explorers frequently had abilities, insights, or knowledge that helped entire wagon trains. a missionary's proficiency in a language could help them communicate with Native Americans. In times of medical emergency, a scientist's medical knowledge could be extremely helpful. It's possible that an artist's ability to observe things helped them recognize landmarks or predict weather patterns more precisely than the average emigrant. Through dramatic encounters with mail carriers and express riders, trail families were able to re-establish a connection with the wider world that they had temporarily abandoned. Between distant communities and government outposts, these professional travellers transported letters, newspapers, and official communications at a far faster pace than wagon trains. When they reached wagon train campsites, there was a lot of excitement and a chance to communicate with anxious family members back in the United States. As families grew closer to one another under the harsh circumstances of shared travel and mutual reliance, the social dynamics within individual wagon trains changed continuously. It is possible for people who appeared to get along during the planning stages to have personality conflicts that only surfaced under pressure. On the other hand, families that had previously appeared to have little in common may become friends for many generations. Wagon train leadership structures were continuously evaluated and improved because various circumstances required various kinds of knowledge and judgment. The elected captain may have great route planning skills but struggle with interpersonal conflict resolution. During certain difficulties such as crossing rivers, experiencing medical crises, or coming across potentially hostile groups, other travellers may show themselves to be natural leaders. Children learned things from the diverse range of people they met on the trail that they could not have learned in a homeschool. They developed social skills that would be useful in the diverse communities they would assist in creating in Oregon Territory, learned how to communicate across language barriers, and appreciated various cultural approaches to common problems. Generations of descendants were introduced to the adventure and variety of the trail experience through the cherished family stories that grew out of these encounters. Grandchildren would hear about the Native American chief who helped their grandfather's wagon train find water during a drought, the French trapper who taught their grandmother to identify edible plants, or the returning emigrant who alerted them to a hazardous river crossing in time to save lives and property. Imagine the moment you see the end of your journey coming. Not just another river to cross or another range of hills to traverse, but the real destination that has kept your hopes alive through every hardship and challenge of the trail, after months of waking up to the sound of creaking wagon wheels and the routine of setting camp before dawn. Families who had spent months concentrating on the day-to-day difficulties of travel without fully understanding how different their new home would be from everything they'd known before, found the approach to Oregon Territory to be both exhilarating and daunting. Gradually, the terrain started to shift from the arid splendour of the high plains and desert to the woods and mountains that would eventually become their new home. The initial view of the Columbia River was a poignant moment for many families, signalling the actual start of the end of their trail experience. The highway that would take them to the Willamette Valley and the farmland they had fantasized about during the challenging months of travel was this enormous waterway, which also served as the last significant challenge to be overcome. After the dry conditions of a large portion of the trail, it was nearly overwhelming to see that much water. There were particular opportunities and challenges associated with the last river trip down the Columbia. Families had to choose between attempting the challenging Barlow Road over the Cascade Mountains or taking a chance on the perilous river passage through the Columbia Gorge. Neither choice was simple, and both needed energy and resources that families may have believed they had already used up on the overland trip. Those who took the river route were forced to hire boatmen or load their wagons onto improvised rafts in order to move their belongings through rapids that had destroyed a great deal of property and taken many lives. For families who had preserved their possessions over 2,000 miles of overland travel, the irony of possibly losing everything within sight of their destination was not lost. Families that opted for the mountain route encountered distinct difficulties as they learned that the Cascade Mountains offered a landscape that was different from what they had experienced during the prairie sections of their trip. Steep grades, dense forests, and undeveloped roads presented new challenges for their animals and equipment, while also offering breathtaking views that served as a reminder of the original reason for their journey. After months of waiting and adversity, the actual arrival in the Willamette Valley was frequently unimpressive. Many families found themselves in an area that, although beautiful and fertile, needed the same pioneering skills they'd developed on the trail to build the homes and communities they'd imagined, without a welcoming committee or established community infrastructure. For families who were suddenly faced with decisions that would impact generations of their descendants, the land selection process was both thrilling and daunting. Large tracts of land remained available for families prepared to put in the effort to clear forests, start farms, and construct the infrastructure required for long-term settlement, even though the best land was frequently already claimed by previous emigrants. Together, families who had experienced the trail together and newcomers who had arrived at different times or by different routes came together to build the first shelter. Families used the skills they had learned from months of camping and improvised living to build temporary shelter that would keep them safe during their first Oregon winter while they worked on more permanent buildings. Many families found the shift from trail life to settled life to be more challenging than they had expected. The routine of clearing land, planting crops, and building permanent homes could feel restrictive and monotonous after months of continuous movement and daily change. Some family members suffered from a sort of homesickness for the nomadic lifestyle they had left behind, especially the kids who had enjoyed the trail adventure. Families from diverse backgrounds with varying opinions about the best way to organize communities and varying methods of problem-solving from their trail experiences had to work together and compromise in order to establish communities in Oregon Territory. For the establishment of the government agencies, churches, and schools that would transform Oregon Territory into a livable community, the social skills acquired during months of wagon train travel proved crucial. Families that had saved money for trail supplies and equipment found it difficult to adjust to the economic realities of starting over in a new territory. They now had to create revenue streams while pursuing their land claims. Many families were forced to combine farming with other jobs, using new skills they learned on the trail or skills they had honed back home. Because the demands of frontier life demanded adaptability and resourcefulness that went beyond conventional gender boundaries, women's roles in Oregon Territory frequently expanded beyond what had been feasible in their prior homes. These skills were crucial for frontier homemaking for women who had gained experience in managing outdoor cooking, handling livestock, and repairing equipment during the trail experience. Children's education became a community priority, requiring families to work together to build schools and hire teachers in places without such facilities. Children who were educated by walking beside wagons and learning useful skills around campfires frequently demonstrated greater adaptability to the learning conditions of the frontier than adults had anticipated. Within a few years of the large emigrations, the success stories from Oregon Territory started to reach friends and family back in the United States, inspiring more families to follow suit and generating a feedback loop that kept the westward movement going for decades. More waves of emigration were spurred by letters that described the country's rich soil, temperate climate, and prospects for growth. But not all Oregon tales were triumphs. Families also described the hardships of frontier life, the distance from loved ones and familiar surroundings, and the arduous physical work needed to start successful farms in densely forested areas. Later emigrants were better equipped to handle the difficulties they would encounter after finishing the trail journey thanks to these more realistic accounts. Families that had walked the trail together continued to have close ties and support networks that helped everyone adjust to their new surroundings, forming community networks that were frequently based on the shared experience of the trail in Oregon Territory. The ties forged during these months of mutual reliance and adversity turned out to be enduring underpinnings for the communities that would come to characterize Oregon's early growth, through letters that shared updates from both sides and occasionally urged more family members to travel west. Trail families also kept in touch with friends and family who had stayed in the United States. These correspondence networks offered emotional support to people adjusting to drastically different lives and assisted in maintaining family ties over great distances. More than 150 years after the last major wagon trains finished their journeys to Oregon Territory, think about how the adventures we've been following together still shape American culture and family tales as you sink deeper into your cozy bed and pull your blanket a little closer. Along with their belongings, the families who traveled the Oregon Trail carried with them stories, skills, and values that would impact the character of communities across the region and help shape the future of the American West. The trail itself turned into a life-changing event that altered people's perspectives on difficulties, teamwork, and the potential for establishing new types of communities in addition to where they lived. Children who grew up in established agricultural communities had a different relationship with nature than children who had spent their early years walking beside wagons, learning to identify edible plants and assisting with livestock management. With the perspectives and abilities that proved crucial for success in frontier conditions, These trail-educated kids frequently rose to prominence as leaders and innovators in their Oregon communities. Families' ability to solve problems, such as repairing equipment using whatever materials were available, coming up with inventive ways to deal with food and water shortages, and modifying daily routines to accommodate shifting weather and terrain conditions, was shaped by months of trail travel and lived on in Western communities for generations. In frontier societies where survival occasionally hinged on everyone's ability to carry out whatever tasks were required, regardless of traditional gender expectations, women who had managed outdoor cooking, handled livestock, and made crucial decisions during trail emergencies frequently discovered that these experiences had prepared them for expanded roles. An extensive oral history that links generations of Western families to their emigrant ancestors was produced by the storytelling customs that grew out of trail experiences. Grandchildren who had never seen a covered wagon would be raised on elaborate tales of buffalo hunts, river crossings, and the hardships of spending months sleeping outside. Themes of tenacity, resourcefulness, and cooperation that became fundamental values in Western societies were frequently highlighted in these family tales. Through preparation, cooperation, and perseverance, the trail experience showed that regular people could overcome extraordinary obstacles, lessons that were applicable well beyond the initial emigration context. A distinctive American mythology that emphasized both individual success and teamwork was also produced by the trail. Families had to be independent and resourceful to successfully complete the Oregon Trail journey, but they also had to rely on their wagon train fellows for support and assistance in times of need. The experiential, practical learning that had defined trail education had an impact on educational establishments in Oregon Territory and later Oregon State. The recognition that frontier life required individuals who could combine intellectual capacity with practical problem-solving abilities was reflected in schools that placed an emphasis on practical skills in addition to traditional academic subjects. Early conservation attitudes in Western communities were shaped by the environmental consciousness that families gained from months of intimate observation of weather patterns, seasonal variations, and the availability of natural resources. Individuals who had personally witnessed the effects of resource depletion, water pollution, and overgrazing were frequently more in favour of sustainable land management techniques. The experience of the trail itself altered and adapted the religious and cultural traditions that made their way west in covered wagons. During months when worship sessions were conducted outdoors, around campfires, rather than in conventional buildings, churches in Oregon Territory frequently reflected a more pragmatic, informal approach to religious practice. Wagon trains had employed democratic decision-making procedures to settle conflicts, choose routes, and oversee local resources, which had an impact on the political institutions that arose in Oregon Territory. On the trail, town meetings and community collaboration had been crucial survival tactics, and these methods of governance permeated early Oregon communities' political systems. The folk medicine and practical first aid skills that families had acquired through trail travel had an impact on medical practices in frontier communities. Community healers frequently combined traditional remedies with techniques learned through trial experience, having learned how to treat illnesses and injuries with little money and no professional medical assistance. Lessons learned about soil conservation, crop diversification, and sustainable farming practices during the trail journey were reflected in the agricultural practices that emerged in Oregon Territory. During their westward migration, families frequently applied the lessons they had learned about the negative environmental effects of poor land management to their own farming operations. Relationships and trust built during shared trail experiences frequently served as the foundation for the business and economic networks that emerged in early Oregon communities. As they founded companies and economic alliances in their new communities, people who had shared resources, exchanged goods, and worked together in times of need maintained these connections. The practical, functional approach to problem solving that families had developed over months of building temporary shelters and setting up effective campsites under difficult circumstances was reflected in the architectural styles and community planning techniques that defined early Oregon settlements. In Oregon and other western states, contemporary family reunions and heritage celebrations frequently focus on honouring the bravery and tenacity of trail ancestors, giving descendant families a chance to reconnect with their pioneering heritage and come to understand the struggles their ancestors faced. A unique American optimism regarding the potential for self-reinvention, starting over, and generating better opportunities through perseverance and hard work was also influenced by the Oregon Trail experience. This fresh start mindset became a hallmark of American culture and still shapes people's perspectives on individual and collective growth. Interpretation programs help modern people comprehend the enormity of the challenge that 19th century families faced when they packed their belongings into covered wagons and set out west toward uncertain futures, while historical preservation efforts along the Oregon Trail route have given modern families the chance to experience something of what trail travel was like. The trail experience also had an impact on American literature, art, and popular culture in ways that still shape American society's perceptions of the westward migration, frontier life, and the interplay between individual success and group collaboration. As our time on the Oregon Trail draws to a close, picture yourself sleeping in your own bed for the night, not a bedroll by a smouldering campfire or a small room inside a canvas-covered wagon, but your own cozy bed with cozy pillows, dependable warmth, and the safety of sturdy walls surrounding you. As they change from travelers to settlers, from emigrants to Oregonians, and from people heading toward an uncertain future to those creating permanent communities that would endure for generations, the families whose stories we have been following tonight ultimately found their own forms of this comfort. Eventually, the children who had learned to sleep to the sounds of wagon covers, flapping in prairie winds and coyotes calling, grew up in homes with glass windows, wooden floors, and enough room for everyone to have a bed. However, a number of them subsequently stated that they never fully lost their love of sleeping outside or their capacity to find solace in basic sleeping arrangements when necessary. Eventually, the parents who had been anxious every night about their family's safety in the wilderness found themselves in towns with churches, schools, and neighbours who they could rely on in times of need. Although they had found the security they had sought by moving west, the independence and resourcefulness they had gained along the way remained traits they carried with them for the rest of their lives. The farms, businesses, and communities they established in Oregon Territory were built on the skills they had acquired over months of cooking over campfires, repairing equipment, and managing resources. Their approach to community development and problem-solving remained characterized by the collaboration and support that had been crucial for trail survival. Their tales of their experiences on the trail became cherished family heirlooms that were handed down through the generations, bridging the gap between ancestors who had risked everything on the hope of establishing better lives in uncharted territory and children who had never seen a covered wagon. These tales frequently focused on the practical aspects of everyday life, the value of planning and teamwork, and the fulfillment that came from conquering obstacles with perseverance and support from one another, rather than the romantic adventure that would later be celebrated in popular culture. When modern families trace their roots to Oregon Trail emigrants, they frequently discover that the attitudes and viewpoints that kept their ancestors going during the westward migration still have an impact on family culture generations later. These include attitudes toward problem solving, methods for getting involved in the community, and an appreciation of both independence and interdependence. The Oregon Trail story showed that regular people could achieve extraordinary feats by combining practical skills with a belief that their efforts would eventually result in better opportunities for their families, individual willpower with community collaboration, and meticulous preparation with adaptability. Tonight, as you get comfortable in your own bed, you may consider how the safety and convenience you take for granted are the result of people overcoming obstacles and creating communities by leaving behind comfortable surroundings in pursuit of better futures for their kids and grandkids. The soft sounds of your contemporary evening, possibly the distant hum of your heating systems, the distant sound of traffic or the familiar creaks of your house settling, are the same as the reassuring campfire sounds that eventually made it easier for trail families to go to sleep each night knowing that they were surrounded by people who shared their objectives and would support them through any difficulties that might arise the next day. The trail families eventually found what they were looking for, not just rich land or lucrative prospects, but the fulfillment that comes from showing themselves and their kids that willpower, teamwork, and ingenuity could overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges and open up new possibilities where none had previously existed. Their legacy endures not only in the neighborhoods they established and the families they reared, but also in the enduring American conviction that individuals can better their lot in life by working hard, supporting one another, and having the guts to go where others have gone in pursuit of better opportunities. As you fall asleep tonight, you're engaging in the same fundamental human activity that those trail families engaged in at the end of each day, finding solace and rest after the hardships of the day, regaining strength for the opportunities of tomorrow, and retaining the belief that perseverance and teamwork can overcome any challenges that may arise. Rest easy, knowing that you are part of a long line of people who, despite the most trying circumstances, managed to provide comfort, security, and a sense of community. They also left behind enduring values and useful skills that continue to shape how families handle opportunities and challenges. Even though the Oregon Trail was abandoned more than 150 years ago, the spirit of adventure, tenacity, and camaraderie that defined the trail experience still serves as motivation for those who embark on their own difficult and unknown journeys in search of better futures. Sweet visions of campfire dinners, covered wagons, and the fulfillment that comes from realizing that regular people can achieve genuinely remarkable feats when they band together and help one another.